Halden and Carrot. It seems that we had been through this situation before. Kind of like deja vu, don't you think? Yeah, and just like the last time, my allies and I are going to kick your butts back to your master. Not this time, Halden declared as she made a signaling gesture. Suddenly, the dozens of soul gatherers began to morph into larger shapes and sizes. That was when Ranma began to get a sinking feeling as she found herself facing not 3, but more than 50 soul hunters. Carrot smiled evilly as he said, "Our mistake in dealing with you before was that we only sent 1 or 2 soul hunters against you. With those creatures helping you, our minions were usually outmatched and outnumbered. Not this time. Now what are you going to do, Silver Senshi?" Halden sneered. "You cannot possibly win against such overwhelming odds, nor can you protect your comrades at the same time." Ranma gritted her teeth. Halden had a point. The Senshi were too weak to defend themselves, and going up against that many enhanced soul hunters was not exactly instilling her with confidence. At the time gates. Whoa. This must be what George Armstrong Custer must have felt at the Little Bighorn. Don't worry. Here comes the cavalry. At the apartment where the other 4 Ranmas were staying, Ranma shook his head and said, "Looks like our Pokemon trainer has bitten off more than he can chew." He turned toward his counterparts and sighed. "I guess we're going to have to get involved after all." The 3 other Ranmas gave him a frown as they realized what they had to do. "Oh no. You don't mean?" Draco asked. "Yes. It looks like we're going to have to get into the superhero biz again." "Oh no. Come on. You promised we wouldn't have to do this again after that Shinesman universe." Kojiro snarled. "If you guys got a better idea, now's the time to tell me." Ranma gestured to the television as the Silver Senshi was about to be attacked en masse. "Think of a superhero name and try to imagine a costume. Computer, teleport all of us to the battle scene, and use whatever means necessary to make our entrance flashy. We'd have to make this look good." Affirmative. We're going to get you for this." Kojiro growled as he and the others vanished. At the time gates. "Popcorn? Thanks. And here we go. And now, any last words?" Nekton said as he prepared to signal the soul hunters to attack. "None you'd want to hear," Ranma said as she and her Pokemon powered up their battle ores. "So be it." That was when 4 beams of light shot down from the heavens and 4 figures in black rode the beams to the ground. "What the hell?" Nekton exclaimed as he and his cohorts backed away from the bright rays of light. "What's happening?" Sailor Moon asked. The Silver Senshi smirked. This could only mean one thing. The cavalry arrived. "Looks like the rest of the team is here." "Team?" the Sailor Senshi gasped. Within the beams of light, Ranma spoke as he called forth his Phase IXO armor. Spectators could only make out the outline of his body as the armor appeared and fused to his bodysuit. When the light faded, Ranma was standing in all his technological glory. "Who are you?" Halden demanded. Ranma smirked as he turned to his comrades. "Guys, introduce yourselves." The second beam of light faded away and revealed Ranma in his new superhero costume. The blind warrior took out his battle staff and displayed some intricate motions with it. He then ended with a pose as he held aloft his weapon. "I'm PRCAPD. Sailor Mars gasped. "It's him." The third beam faded to reveal Kojiro in his hybrid form. He was wearing a stylish battle harness and briefs, as well as open-toed boots to allow for his clawed feet. He also had bracers on his wrists and epaulets on his shoulders, making a few slashes that left trails of ki energy. He roared out his name. "Call me Saberclaw." The third beam of light revealed Ranma in armor that was a cross between medieval styles and that of a samurai's. The helmet was shaped like a dragon's head and hid Draco's face beneath the helm. He took out his sword, Crimson Fang, from its scabbard, made several incredibly graceful motions with it and then struck a pose. "I'm Dragon Knight." Ranma smirked as he turned his attention back to Blodia's servants. "And you can call me PACHN01. With the Silver Senshi at our side." Whispers to the others to take a group pose. "We're Justice 5. The other Ranmas all groaned inwardly as they took a group pose with Great Axe and Techno 1 and powered up their battle oars. The sheer power that emanated from them made the minions of Blodia think that they were now up against more than they could chew. At the time gates. Somebody has been watching too many Power Ranger episodes. To be continued? Most certainly. Author's notes. Okay, I admit it. I've gone totally nuts, but that's what I like most about fan fiction. I can do practically anything that I want with this story. I know by now, everyone is again rolling on the floor, but hey, it's all for fun, right? Next will be part 2 of this chapter as the 5 Ranmas must face off against Blodia to ensure the future of the Sailor Moon world. Be there. Chapter 9 Chapter 6 Part 2 The Great Crossover Crisis. Disclaimer: so many trademarks, so little time. Thoughts, computer responses. Kojiro, Ranma from Catfist Fury. Kojiro, Ranma, Ranma from Fighting Blind. Ranma, Ranma from Fist of the Pikachu. Ranko, Trainer. Ranma, Ranma from Ranma Prototype. Ranma from Dragon Child. Draco. Chapter 6 Part 2 The Justice 5. Justice 5. The Sailor Senshi and the minions of Blodia gasped. Attack! Techno 1 shouted as the 5 Ranmas charged into battle. Destroy the Sailor Senshi! Nekton shouted to the Soul Hunter named Shard. The crystal monster began firing off huge diamond spikes at the weakened Senshi, intending to impale them. Dragon Scale Defense. Dragon Knight shouted as he came between them and the deadly projectiles. A huge green circular shield appeared before him and deflected the spikes away from the girls and Tuxedo Kamen. Before Shard could launch another barrage, Saberclaw slammed into its side with both feet, plowing into it and sent it sprawling. As Shard was getting up, Kojiro used one of his more intense moves, Tiger Claw Frenzy. More than 400 slashes were raked against the chest of the crystal monster. However, as the Catfist fighter stepped back, he was surprised to see that Shard had suffered only minor scratches. "Ha!" the Soul Hunter sneered. "I am like diamond, the hardest natural substance on this world. You cannot harm me." "Oh yeah?" The Nakokan martial artist powered up his claws, which glowed with a blue light. Rip Claw Barrage. This multi-hit version of the original Rip Claw Slash took Shard by surprise as it was forced back by Kojiro's assault. When Kojiro leapt back again, Shard laughed and said, "Ha! That didn't even leave a scratch." Kojiro smirked and crossed his arms. "Ha! Big talk for someone who just got sliced up like an onion." It was at that time that Shard screamed out in horror as its body fell apart into 50 neat pieces. Shard had been reduced to shards. The pieces then dissolved into powder. Sailor Venus gave a low whistle at the ferocity and feline grace of the Catman. Her eyes roamed over that exotic-looking body and she could only say one thing: meow. Meanwhile, the unseen light fighter was mixing it up with the Shadow Stalker. The Dark Demon thought it had the advantage as it hid behind objects and merged with the shade and dark corners. It then suddenly enveloped the blind fighter inside its body. Sailor Neptune, Uranus and Chiba Moon let off cries of horror. They remembered what it had been like inside that creature. The Perceptor didn't stand a chance. However, unknown to everyone, Ranma had let himself get caught. During the battle, his senses had detected the weakness of the Shadow Stalker, which was inside of its body. Though it was mostly intangible, the inside did have a bit of substance that probably comprised of whatever passed for its mind and soul, if you could call it that. A better description would be that Ranma had discovered Shadow Stalker's nucleus. Aiming one end of his staff and focusing his ki into the end, he drove his weapon forward. Shadow Stalker screamed in agony as the ki blasted into its control center. It began to writhe in pain and its body began to become solid. That was when the superhero inside shouted out, "Battle Staff, extend!" On each side of Shadow Stalker's body, the ends of the staff ran from the inside. The monster's body began to stretch in order to contain itself, but a moment later, it was ripped in half as the staff went to its full length of 250 feet. Both halves of the Shadow Stalker were each driven into a nearby building and splattered into a icky, sticky mess. Gross. The two Outer Senshi and Sailor Moon's future daughter thought hard to hold down their lunches at the sight, then turned to see the Perceptor calmly shrinking down his staff. Sailor Mars was looking at him with a longing expression. There was just something about him that was so. She couldn't describe it, but she knew that she had to see the face behind that mask. As the Perceptor was wiping himself clean, the Silver Senshi and her Pokemon were literally cutting Octoponia down to size. B-U-Z-Z-S-A-W barrage. Slash. 3 arms were cut off. Ice beam. Golduck. Another 2 arms became frozen in ice, then snapped off. Key blasts. Wind Rider, Bruiser, and Raiden obliged by launching power blasts and I-beams. 3 more arms were blasted off. Stomp. Wildfire made and ran over the last arm. Hyper Beam. The Ranma launched her most powerful attack at present, to blast the now unarmed, pardon the pun, Soul Hunter into pieces. The Silver Senshi shrugged and turned to the others. Anybody for sushi? Ranma was taking most of the heat off his comrades after materializing a pair of plasma rifles and shoulder-mounted laser cannons. When the fight started, he moved forward and let off an intense barrage, blowing away 10 Soul Hunters in the first 30 seconds. He kept the majority of the attackers at bay as his comrades picked off a few of them at a time. After a full minute, the Nanodek warrior analyzed the situation and decided on the fastest way to end this fight was to take them all out at once. He called to his counterparts on the communicators they each carried. "Guys, this is taking too long. Try to herd them all into one area in front." The others acknowledged and began using their powers to force the monsters to where Ranma wanted them. One monster that resembled a praying mantis managed to break through their lines and tried to attack the still helpless Sailor Senshi. Sailor Mercury screamed as it raised an ugly claw and brought it down toward her. Clang! The brainiest member of the Senshi opened her eyes and saw that the claw had been intercepted by a katana. Ranma snarled at the Soul Hunter and said, "1 Soul Hunter, extra crispy, coming up. Dragon Fire." The Soul Hunter screamed in agony as it was charred into ashes. "Are you okay?" Sailor Mercury nodded as she felt the overwhelming warmth radiating from this otherworldly being. For someone who was a firm advocate of science and logic, the magical aspect of the Dragon Knight made him even more intriguing. She activated her visor to get some readings, but the heavy magical aura about him gave her nothing but static. Meanwhile, using Raging Tiger Bolts, Cat's Eye Beams, Spirit Seekers, and several blasts from a Proton Blaster, the rest of the Soul Hunters were forced into a small area in front of Ranma. It was then that Techno One began materializing his arsenal. As he had done with the boomers in the Bubblegum Crisis world, he materialized 2 particle beam rifles with grenade launchers, twin autocannons on the sides of his gauntlets, and switched the lasers on his shoulders for the plasma cannons. The micro-missile launchers on his chest, legs and sides opened up. As his computer began selecting the first targets, Techno One began getting a feeling of deja vu. He then smiled and said, "Hasta la vista, Soul Hunters." The Soul Hunters all leaped as they saw the weaponry materialize a second before they were all blown away. The Sailor Senshi, Tuxedo Mask, the 4 other Ranmas, and the 3 servants of Blodia, covered their ears as the carnage that Ranma unleashed on the Soul Hunters was deafening. A minute later, it was all over after the explosions from missile detonations and the energy bolts stopped. What was left of the soul hunters was not enough to sweep under the carpet. The weapons of the Nanodic soldier were still smoking as he said, "I really love the silence after a salvo." Sailor Jupiter whistled and said, "Where can I get one of those?" And she wasn't talking about the weapons. "I bet he looks just like my old senpai under that helmet." Nekton, Carrot and Holden had huge sweat drops. Their mighty soul hunters had been annihilated. They quickly transported themselves back to their master as soon as Ranma began aiming at them. When they disappeared and the threat was therefore over, Techno One recalled his weapons back into subspace. It was then that he noticed Ranma was waving around his sword and drawing in some kind of energy that was floating around. The blade glowed softly as it slowly took in the strange lights. "Hey Dragon Knight! What are you doing?" The other Ranmas crowded around their dragon counterpart as he explained. "All this energy that's floating around are the life essences that those soul hunters had stolen from those innocent people. I'd have to collect it all before they are lost forever. But what good will that do? Aren't they dead?" Kojiro asked. It was then that Perceptor's keen senses picked up something. "Wait a minute. I sense some kind of imbalance of life energies. It's as if those people are still here, yet not here." Ranma knew better than to doubt his blind counterpart's amazing sensory capabilities. He engaged his scanners and readjusted them to see things within the astral plane. His eyes widened as he saw dozens of figures floating around in a pocket of subspace. "My God! They're all still here. What are you talking about?" the Silver Senshi asked. "It's only a theory, but I think that when the soul hunters drain the people of their life essences, their physical bodies don't just dematerialize. They're actually shunted to some kind of subspace pocket." "You mean, those bad guys use those bodies for something? They don't just take people's souls?" Kojiro began to turn green at the thought. "Apparently. I myself don't want to know what they use them for, but this gives us a chance to bring those people back." "We can bring them back?" Ranma asked. "Yes." He turned to Dragon Knight. "I can teleport those bodies to the physical plane. Can you separate each life essence and restore them to their rightful bodies?" "I believe so," Draco replied. Fortunately, the life forces didn't take much time to merge together inside the soul hunters, so it shouldn't be too hard to separate each individual soul. I haven't had much practice at this kind of thing, but it can be done. Let's do it." Sometime later, the crowds were still watching in awe as the Justice Five prepared to restore the last victim of the attack. The little 5-year-old girl materialized on her back as Ranma commanded his ship's teleporter to transport her to the physical plane. The Senshi and Tuxedo Kamen were especially interested as they leaned forward and waited. Ranma spread out his arms then directed Crimson Fang at the little girl. A mist of glittering energy came forth from the blade and was absorbed into the body. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes and sat up. There was a deafening cheer as the last of the soul hunter's victim had been restored. It was at that time, the Justice Five decided to take their leave and began to walk away. The Sailor Senshi and their Kate Dawai were still weak, but the Ranma assured his counterparts that their life essences would eventually replenish themselves. Wait! Hold it right there! Stop! The five Ranmas ignored Sailor Moon's cries as they smiled to each other and took one last group pose. Justice Five. Strong. Reporters and television crews began to take pictures, as the five were teleported away. A few days later. Hey prototype. Get a load of this. The technological warrior looked up from the workbench inside his ship as Kojiro held up a poster. The picture depicted the Justice Five in their parting poses during that last battle. Since then, things had quieted down and the five had decided to take a break from the superhero business. Well, I see that we made quite an impression. Prototype commented as he turned back to the project he was working on. I'll say, we've been monitoring the communication lines all day. The Catfist fighter shrugged. The internet is jammed with stuff about us. New Justice 5 merchandise is already being planned. They've got Justice 5 action figures being made. Lunch boxes, t-shirts. I'm not too crazy about the boxer shorts, and a lot of stuff. Maybe this superhero stuff isn't so bad after all. As I recall, you were the one most against going out in tights. What changed your mind? Well, Kojiro reddened a bit. Whenever we got to be superheroes in those other dimensions, we were only stand-ins. That universe with the Shinesmen was the worst. Yes, I'll admit that they were really pathetic. Ranma aloud. Well, this time it's different. We get to act on our own. I'll admit that I was kind of skeptical about all this. I can understand Trainer not wanting to be the Silver Senshi, but still, we really kicked butt back there. It feels really great to be able to go all out like that. I suppose that it's your tiger side that's making you feel this way. Ranma commented. We have been trying to keep our abilities under wraps each time we visit a world, so I guess you feel a little confined. He added an extra comment with a smirk. And I suppose all that fame doesn't hurt either. Whatever. Hey, what's that you're working on? Kojiro pointed to some strange devices that resembled fancy wristwatches. Ranma held up one of the devices and handed it to his feline counterpart. It's a little something extra that I had been making for the four of you. The next time we go out as the Justice Five. Now don't you believe that we haven't heard the last of those bad guys? Like I explained to Trainer to continue on as the Silver Senshi, those people are not going to take their last defeat lying down. I'm guessing that whoever is behind all this is a very powerful being. After the way we trashed their last batch of soul hunters, I'm pretty certain that they are in the process of some major plan. We'd best be prepared. To save this world, we may have to pull out all the stops and destroy whoever's behind this once and for all. Hey, if worse comes to worse, you can always use that annihilator cannon of yours to blow them away. Prototype shook his head. Too risky. Those soul hunters are always near people to steal their life essences. Firing the Annihilator in a populated area is like launching a ballistic missile into a crowd to get one terrorist. That's why I had these made. What are they? These are special subspace recall devices. Each are linked to a set of old power-boosting armor that I had in storage. I've modified each set of armor to each of my counterparts to match his specific abilities. See those two switches? The first switch will increase the wearer's powers by tenfold. The second switch will increase the wearer's powers by 100 times. Use only in extreme emergencies. The sudden increase in power may prove too much for your bodies to handle if you keep it on for too long. Cool, Kojiro said as he strapped on the device. But what about you? Don't worry. I've got my own system and my nanites can handle whatever those soul hunters can throw at me. Now call the others. I need to explain these devices to them. Meanwhile, in Blodia's lair. Idiots. Morons. I will not stand for any more failures. For the past several days, the master of Nekton, Halden and Parrot had raged after his servants had returned empty-handed. With the loss of more than 50 soul hunters and the life forces they had gathered, the Dark Lord was not pleased. The bodies that had been shunted to the subspace pocket had been returned, and that made Blodia even more enraged. Though he used the soul energies of his victims as food, he also found great use for the bodies those life essences once inhabited. The soulless bodies became zombie-like and were excellent slaves. Furthermore, they were also a source of raw materials to create their soul hunters and gatherers. Now their stores of stolen soul energies were dangerously low. Please, Lord Blodia. We did not expect the arrival of these newcomers, nor did we expect the Silver Senshi to be a member of this Justice 5. Nekton whined. Silence. The three servants immediately backed off at their master's bellow. They shivered as they awaited for Blodia's next orders. It seems that we must push our plans for taking this planet's life forces ahead of schedule. My hunger grows with each passing day, and the pitiful amounts of soul energy you have provided me thus far can no longer sustain me. I have decided on measures that are more drastic. We shall destroy the Earth and release all that delicious life energy at once. Destroy the Earth? Halden gasped as her two cohorts became pale. But Master, silence. You three have failed, not only in providing me with nourishment but also in your mission to destroy the defenders of this world. But Master, we only knew of the Sailor Senshi. Carrot protested. We had no idea that this group calling themselves the Justice 5 would appear. And wouldn't they come to stop us if we tried to destroy the Earth? But I care nothing for your excuses. Consider yourselves lucky that I still had need of you, or I would have devoured your life energies long ago. Nekton and the others shivered at that. In any case, I would have destroyed the Earth after draining it to a lifeless husk anyway. The only reason why I did not destroy this planet in the first place was because I did not wish to waste the precious energy that I had when we arrived here. However, now the time for action is here. I shall begin preparing to tear out this planet's core and then feast on the life energy that will be released in this world's demise. But Master, what about the Sailor Senshi and the Justice Five? Halden said. This shall be your concern. Use whatever resources we have left to create soul hunters powerful enough to delay them. It shall take them a day to build up enough energy to destroy this world. Now go. Back at the time gate. Please. Let me out. Setsunan begged as she tiredly pounded at her crystal prison. The two cloaked figures looked back at her as the first one said, "Why? So you can go down and eliminate the fives who are trying to save this world? Not a chance. I promise that I won't harm them." Setsunan had heard Plodia's plan to destroy the Earth. As of this moment, the chaos that the five Ranmas were causing was the least of her worries. Destroying the planet would definitely ensure that Crystal Tokyo would not be a reality. Yeah, right. The second hooded figure said. You may say that. But we know how you like to twist things and say only what you want people to hear. You'll just wait until the major crisis is over, then you'll turn on them and destroy them, since they'll still be a threat to your precious future of Crystal Tokyo. Setsuna was taken aback. How did they know her so well? Just sit back and watch the show. It's getting near the climax. And after that, we just might let you out. The second figure clapped his hands again and Setsuna was forced to suffer in silence again. On Earth. No way. Techno One is the coolest. Makoto said as she and her friends talked in Ray's temple home. Both Artemis and Luna were there as well. The tallest of the girls took on a dreamy look. I'll bet he looks just like my old senpai. The others groaned as Minako said, how can you tell if he is under that helmet? Besides, Saberclaw puts him to shame. He's so fine. The blonde took on her own dreamy look as she remembered the sinewy and exotic look of the cat fighter. I'd to learn more about that Dragon Knight. Umi said. You can ask him. Perceptor is the one I want to know about. I still have to thank him for saving me. Ray said. Man. That Silver Senshi is so lucky to be hanging out with those guys. Minako said with envy. I wonder if they're looking for new members. How does the name, Justice 6 sound to you? Makoto said with a mischievous grin. Makoto. The others exclaimed. I'm only kidding. You know that I'd never leave you guys. Still, it would be nice if could get to meet up with them again. I want to see those elemental eyes of the Silver Senshi. Rene chirped. Hey, do you think I could get one? Rene began having daydreams about herself as Sailor Chibamu and her animal sidekick. Sailor Chibamu and her elemental eye. I don't think you're ready for a pet, Rene. Usagi said. Oh, but what about you and Luna? She's not a pet, she's... Usagi trailed off as she tried to describe her advisor. Your sidekick? I beg your pardon, Luna said with a bit of displeasure. She was an advisor, not a sidekick for comedy relief. As the inner Senshi continued to discuss about the newest superheroes in Japan, Mikaru, Haruka and Hotaru, also known as Sailor Uranus, Neptune and Saturn soon joined them. Hotaru had just returned from a long trip and was filled in on the events of the past weeks. They were wondering why Setsuna had yet to contact them. Surely something as big as the appearance of the Silver Senshi and the Justice 5 would have brought in the Senshi of time. Just where was she? Meanwhile, trouble was brewing and we all know what that means. Nekton and his comrades had just finished creating their most powerful soul hunters and were ready to wreak total carnage. Unlike their last creations, these new monsters were at least 10 times more powerful, and now, the concern wasn't about collecting life energies. In fact, it would be more accurate to call these monstrosities his soul destroyers. Deep within his lair, Blodia had begun building up power. Back at the time gate. So this is it, huh? Yep. It looks like there's going to be some major butt kicking. Let's just hope it won't be the Justice 5 that gets their butts kicked. Don't worry. If we had any doubts, we wouldn't have chosen those 5 Ranmas. Down on Earth, the 5 Ranmas, aka the Justice 5, were totally unprepared while a huge shockwave blasted through Tokyo, causing several tall buildings to shudder. Ranma instantly tapped into the television views. The image on the screen made him wince. That is one big soul hunter. Kojiro commented. Well guys, this is it. Looks like the bad guys are pulling out all the stops. Ranma said as he looked at the energy readouts that the sensors were picking up. Energy readouts are shooting over the top end. Uh-oh. The screen then showed 4 huge soul destroyers appearing along with the first. Each was about the size of a 20-story building and actually resembled the soul hunters that the Silver Senshi had destroyed during her first appearance. There were gigantic versions of Hard Rock, Water Wizard, Thunderclap, and Firestorm. The 5th Soul Destroyer was a gigantic version of the Shadow Stalker. Every time it spread its arms, a section of buildings would be enveloped, leaving nothing but a barren area. Look! The Sailor Senshi have arrived. Ranma said as he pointed to one corner of the screen. Hey! Who's that? Ranma asked as he pointed to a Senshi in a purple fuku. That's Sailor Saturn. Ranma replied. She's supposed to be the most powerful of the Senshi, but according to the manga, she's got a real big problem in controlling her powers. If she's not careful, she'll end up destroying the world. He turned to his counterparts and said, well, here we go guys. Okay, let's do it. Ranma said as he changed into his Perceptor disguise. I'm ready. Ranma had changed into her Silver Senshi costume and adjusted her belt of Pokeballs. Time to save the world. Ranma said dryly in his Dragon Knight armor. Ranma activated his Phase IXO armor and then switched on his ship's transporter. At the battle scene, the Senshi were having a tough time of it. The smaller versions of these soul destroyers had almost wiped them out. Now these monsters were not even feeling their strongest attacks. Jupiter Oak Evolution, Venus Love and Beauty Shock, Space Sword Blaster, Submarine Reflection, Mercury Aqua Rhapsody, Mars Flame Sniper, WAHHHHH. Sailor Moon cried out as her friend's attacks were either absorbed or reflected back. The monsters weren't even paying any attention to the tiny nets below them as they continued on their mindless rampage. It was then that 5 beams of energy appeared and deposited the Justice 5 on the scene. "Look out!" Saberclaw shouted as he sped forward and swept up Sailor Venus before she was crushed underneath hard rocks size 342 foot. Sailor Venus felt a warmth as she found herself in the sinewy arms of her hero. She liked the faint, musky scent of him and was about to ask him if he had a girlfriend when the Catman suddenly tossed her up and shifted to his tiger form. Sailor Venus landed on his back and hung on for dear life. The saber-toothed cat deftly dodged huge boulders that were being hurled his way. When he had gotten to a relatively safe distance, he urged Venus to dismount before morphing back to his hybrid form. Sailor Mars braced for impact when her fire arrow was reflected back at her, but then heard a shout behind her. "SPLIRD Seeker." The fire arrow was intercepted by a blue comet and caused it to dissipate. She turned around and saw Perceptor giving her a salute. Sailor Jupiter was in shock as was her rescuer, as Techno 1 had swooped in and landed in front of her, taking the full force of the blast of electricity that Thunderclap released. The Nanodic warrior grunted as the voltage he received was enough to light up 5 major cities. He shrugged off the blast and called to his comrades. "These monsters are about 10 times stronger than before. Does that mean?" Ranma asked as she and her Pokémon pulled an injured Sailor Uranus and Saturn to safety. Sailor Saturn had been identified as the most potential threat of the Senshi, and the creators of the Soul Destroyers had programmed their monsters to take her out first. "You got it. I don't dare use my annihilator this close to the city. We'd better get 10 times stronger too. Get ready to use the Ultra Armor." "Ultra Armor?" the other Senshi said as they were being pulled to safety. Ranma winced as he wished he could have thought of a better name, but there was no help for it now. "Follow my lead." He raised an arm and shouted out, "Man, this will sound corny. Ultra Armor energized." Back at the ship, the computer recognized the signals that it was getting and activated the 4 subspace recall devices on the other Ranmas. Meanwhile, Ranma's programmed transformational sequence was activated. Remember that he had to make it look flashy. TCHN01. Armor energized too. A pillar of light surrounded Ranma as he slowly rotated in midair. The Phase IXO armor disengaged and disappeared, leaving him in his cyberwave bodysuit. Then the components of his Phase IXO armor appeared. A more robust chest plate appeared, along with shoulder epaulets with built-in blasters, a backpack with thrusters and wing-like projections attached to his back. His legs and lower torso were outfitted with hip thrusters and new shin guards. More heavily armed gauntlets appeared and slid onto his arms. As soon as the new armor was in place, Ranma made a ready stance and fired off several rounds in a holographic background of space. TACHNO2. Techno 2. Sailor Jupiter said in disbelief. She couldn't believe how much cooler he looked. He looked way cooler than her old senpai. Kojiro smiled as he raised his arm, which had the subspace recall device on it. Ultra armor energized. The pillar of light then surrounded him, an Akoken fighter, as he too was levitated. Saber claw. Armor energized too. Armor components appeared and began to fit themselves to him. Newer epaulets replaced the ones he was wearing as a metallic harness crisscrossed his chest. A pair of specialized gauntlets with metallic claws fitted on his forearms. As Kojiro slashed about with his new weapons, he could feel the increased ki being focused into his hands as well as the clawed gauntlets. He made a crouching stance in front of a black background with a silhouette of the saber-toothed tiger in white behind him. Saber War Claw. Sailor Venus was about to faint at the animal magnetism he now projected. Then it was Draco's turn. Ultra armor energized. Combining magic with science was a tricky business, but Ranma had used Ranma's similar ki energy as a base. Draco was outfitted with scarlet armor that looked lizard-like. His crimson fang was now housed in a wicked-looking scabbard with scales that resembled that of a dragon's. Dragonite. Armor energized too. A section of the new armor opened up in the back, and Ranma decided to add to the look by making his dragon wings appear. He flapped them once, then spread them out like the majestic eagles. He found himself posing in front of a background of flames. Magma-Dragonite. Sailor Mercury had tried to use her visor to analyze the transformation, but there was just too much power for her to get anything but static. Sailor Mars stared in amazement as Perceptor held out his arm. Ultra armor energized. Perceptor's body became a black silhouette as armor components appeared and latched onto him. Unlike the others, the blind Ranma's new armor was slimmer and seemed to be less massive. Ranma became euphoric as he discovered that the new armor enhanced his senses to an extraordinary level. It felt as if he had linked up to the sensors in Ranma's ship again. A kind of half helmet, think a Robocop, fitted itself over his head. Armor energized too. Ranma's battle staff was also modified. It suddenly shortened to a 1-foot length, and then two shafts of light burst forth from the ends. Ranma now had a double-edged beam saber. M-I-N-D-S-W-A-P. Sailor Moon looked up at the Silver Senshi and asked in a trembling voice, "I don't suppose you can?" The Silver Senshi shrugged as she recalled her Pokemon and called out her transformation phrase. Ultra Armor Energized. Now the Sailor Senshi watched in awe as Ranma underwent her transformation, which put all of theirs to shame. The silver senshi was enveloped in a bright nimbus of light, as her female form became a multicolored silhouette. She pirouetted as her sailor senshi costume was stripped away to be replaced by a metallic breastplate, and a slightly longer skirt with a more metallic sheen. Her boots were wrapped in gold trim and her shoulders received stylish epaulets. Her gloves became armored sleeves and a winged headdress replaced her tiara/visor. Her belt of pokeballs became galvanized and took on a glaring shine. Silver SENSHI. Armor energized too. The most amazing part of the transformation was that a stylish harness appeared and seemed to meld into the upper portion of her armor. Angelic wings then appeared on her back and spread themselves out. Though it was actually a fancy anti-gravity pack with pseudo-organic wings for ornamentation, they still gave Ranko the appearance of some Greek goddess or angel. A streak of light appeared on her chest and drew a star insignia on her left breast. She then posed in a background of blue-black with white light emanating from behind. Sailor Silver Star. Sailor Silver Star. The senshi gasped. At the time gates. Sailor Silver Star. Pluto gasped. The two-headed figures were rolling on the floor. To be continued? You betcha. Author's notes: I blame this part of Chapter 6 after watching a Digimon marathon. In any case, Part 3 shall be the conclusion to this romp through the Sailor Moon universe. I can imagine that a lot of my readers are complaining about their ribs hurting after laughing too hard. Well, I'm glad that they're enjoying this story as much as I am as I continue to write. Thanks for your support. Chapter 10 Chapter 6 Part 3 The Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. What? You're still expecting a disclaimer after all of this? Kojiro, Ranma from Catfist Fury aka Saberclaw, Saber Warclaw be Ranma, Ranma from Fighting Blind aka Perceptor, Minesweeper T Ranma, Ranma from Runmate aka Prototype, Techno 1, Techno 2D Ranma, Ranma from Dragon Child aka Draco, Dragon Knight, Magna Dragon Knight P Ranma, Ranma from Fist of the Pikachu aka Trainer. Ranko, Silver Senshi, Sailor Silver Star, Thoughts ***, Computer Responses Chapter 6 Part 3 Showdown. Sailor Silver Star. The inner and outer senshi gasped as they saw P Ranma take off and charged at the gigantic thunderclap. The Pokemon trainer was feeling a sky-high rush as she darted through the air. The anti-gravity wings were cybernetically linked to the headdress she had on, which responded accordingly to her thoughts, making flying a snap. She streaked across the sky at well over 300 miles per hour, making tight turns and evasive maneuvers, easily dodging the blasts of electricity being hurled at her. After riding on wildfire, P Ranma was quite used at moving at high velocities. She then held out her arms and let loose with an electric attack. Silver Star Lightning Strike. The electrical bolt that shot from her hands was enormous. With the armor boosting her ki by a factor of 10, her normal shock attack took on a new meaning of the phrase of electrifying. The air crackled around her as she let loose with more than 200,000 volts. This knocked Thunderclap back as Sailor Silver Star shot up like a rocket, then dived down toward her opponent with an extended fist. Pikachu! It was at that moment that Raiden suddenly appeared from his Pokeball and rode on her back between the wings. The electric rodent began to power up, adding his increased electrical power to hers. Ranma smiled as she realized that Prototype's enhancements must have also modified her Pokeballs. The Pokemon within were not boosted along with herself. Prototype went all out for us. She smirked as an envelope of crackling power surrounded her winged form. She then put on a final burst of speed as she hurtled toward Thunderclap. Heaven's thunder! K.O.M. Sailor Silver Star slammed through Thunderclap's chest and out through its back. The electric monster's inner energies were totally disrupted from the attack and could no longer hold together. The Soul Destroyer let off an anguished scream and then fell forward, exploding into a ball of sparks before dissipating. Sailor Silver Star landed lightly as Raiden settled on her right shoulder. Good work, Raiden. Pikachu. Sailor Moon's jaw dropped to the ground as she stared at the gleaming armored Sailor Senshi. Wow! Now why can't we get any stuff like that? Metal Rip Claw. Saber War Claw made a ferocious flash across Hard Rock's face after leaping high. He was more than 10 meters away from Hard Rock, but the energy emitted from his new gauntlets lashed out like a blade and sliced into the rocky face of the Soul Destroyer. Large chunks of granite were chopped off, forcing the massive creation backward. Rising slash kick. Landing on the ground, the Catfist fighter then did an inverted handspring and went shooting up, feet first. His feet glowed with increased ki power and cut into Hard Rock's chest, leaving a huge gash in it. Flipping in the air, the Nakoken martial artist landed a few meters away from his flailing opponent and focused his ki while crossing his arms. He then delivered an amplified version of his crescent slash technique to finish it off. Cross Claw Cutter. Two huge, crescent-shaped blasts of ki were launched at Hard Rock. The twin attacks slashed the monster diagonally, forming a huge X. The Soul Destroyer was reduced into a pile of rubble as it fell apart. Sailor Venus looked at the triumphant Kojiro angrily. Roar, roar. Dragon's breath. Dracoag discovered that his normal dragon fire technique was now the equivalent to that of the Great Fire Dragon King of the Souths. Unfortunately for the Water Wizard, its opponent was far too hot for it to handle. Despite the fish monster's attempts to extinguish his flames with huge geysers of water, Magna Dragonite would simply evaporate them as soon as they splashed on him. Using ice attacks against him was also useless. The heat he generated from his Batlord alone would melt anything that got close to him. Time to fry. Taking a cue from Sailor Silver Star, he shot up toward the sky, then made a power dive toward his opponent. He became enveloped into flames and resembled a fiery comet. Meteor dive. Water Wizard sent up a huge column of water, But that did not stop Magna Dragon Knight as he blasted through it and plowed hard into the Soul Destroyer. The fish monster exploded into a shower of cinders, and the area where it stood went up in a large fireball. Amazingly, the flames quickly disappeared before they could spread, and Magna Dragon Knight rose from the ashen remains of his opponent like a phoenix. Impossible, Sailor Mercury said. He should have been incinerated from being in that conflagration. Her visor was now having a fit, as it was unable to gauge the Dragon Warrior's power levels or anything else about him. Ice Cannon. Firestorm let off a scream of horror as it was hit by a beam of unimaginable cold. Techno-Tuag blasted away at it with a mind-boggling array of weaponry and now made a 3-meter-long cannon appear on one shoulder. The weapon was a Dromelion freeze cannon that he had picked up in the Alpha Centauri quadrant. The Soul Destroyer's fire was snuffed out in an instant as Ranma continued to pour it on. Soon the ice block that encased the beast began to crack, as the monster within became brittle. In 1 minute, Firestorm broke apart into a billion pieces as its body shattered like cheap glass. Where can I get one of those? Sailor Jupiter was not referring to the weapon. Meanwhile, Minesweeper was mixing it up with the Shadow Stalker again. In addition to his augmented senses, Ranma had made another interesting discovery. His 7th sense was no longer just the passive radar sense. The key he used to feel his way around had the capability to become more solid. In other words, Ranma could now use his 7th sense as a weapon. Mind Wave. His aura suddenly flared as the so-called unseen light became visible and lashed out, much like Sea Storm's psychic tsunami. The light drove the Shadow Demon back. Ranma then launched a huge ball of ki. Seeker Storm. The sphere exploded into a dozen smaller comets that buzzed around the monster, keeping it occupied as the blind fighter used his senses to locate Shadow Stalker's weak point. The unseen light fighter snorted as he discovered that it still had the same control nucleus as before. He aimed his new double-edged lightsaber at it and focused his ki into it. The energy blades became even brighter as he hurled it toward his target. Shadow Stalker reared back and roared as the weapon stabbed into its being and pierced its nucleus. The homing ki blasts also struck its weak point, ensuring its demise. The dark monster faded away into nothingness as Ranma deftly caught his falling weapon. Awesome, Sailor Mars said, as she beheld the blind warrior standing triumphantly. He looked so heroic. Good work, team. Technotus said as he joined the others with the Sailor Senshi. Man, that ultra armor is so cool, Jupiter said. Ranma nodded as he turned to his comrades. Yes, well, you guys better power down and save your strength. I have a feeling that we're going to need all the power we can get. This was just a skirmish. That was a skirmish? Sailor Moon said incredulously. The Technowarrior nodded as he mentally commanded his Phase IXO armor to disappear and his Phase IXO armor to reappear. Yes. Didn't you notice something strange? What do you mean? Sailor Mercury asked as she and the rest of the Senshi gathered around the Justice 5. Didn't you notice that those soul hunters were not trying to drain the life energies of anyone? Hey, yeah. They were just on the rampage. Kojiro said as he deactivated his ultra armor and shifted back to being Saber Claw. Unlike Prototype, he and the other Ranmas did not add nanites to help deal with the sudden output of power they had experienced with their transformations. They had all begun to feel the strain as their bodies had been pushed to the limits, despite the fact that the battle only lasted a couple of minutes. They would need some time to recover. Now that you mention it, I am curious as to why they appeared here, instead of a densely populated area. Magna Dragon Knight became Dragon Knight again. His dragon physiology had allowed him to endure the power boost better, and he wasn't as winded as his comrades. Sailor Silverstar nodded as she powered down to being the Silver Senshi again. You don't suppose that this was all just a diversion, do you? That maybe something big is going to happen? I'd say that it's a good bet. We didn't even see those 3 people that usually accompany those soul hunters. Ranma said. Then we'll have to find out. Oh. Ranma trembled a bit as he powered down. Sailor Mars moved forward with her arms held out to catch him as he began to fall forward. However, Ranma held out his hand and righted himself before she could get too close. I'm all right. Thank you. Are you sure you're all right, Perceptor? Ranma asked, though he suspected something was amiss. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The blind fighter reassured as he took a deep breath, then stood up straight. Prototype frowned but said nothing. I was afraid of this. Our blind friend happens to be the frailest of all of us. He relies heavily on his ki and the sudden power boost may have been too much for him. Trainer was able to share the strain with his Pokemon. Kojiro is part tiger and Draco is part dragon, so they were able to handle it. We may have to take him out of this mission. Ranma sensed the doubt within his comrade and said, Don't you dare think about leaving me out of this. I can handle it. Besides, we all agreed to see this through and I can hold my own. Remember back on Lima Inverse's world? Ranma remembered indeed. If it weren't for Ranma's spirit beam, that world would have perished. The technological Ranma reluctantly nodded and said, All right. You're coming with us. Just one thing. He turned to face his other counterparts. The Ultra Armor put a really bad strain on all of you, so I'd suggest that you save it for when you really need it. I hope that we won't need to use the Mega Armor. Mega Armor. The Sailor Senshi couldn't believe that there was something that could make the Justice 5 even stronger. Where do I sign up for this team? Sailor Jupiter thought. Ranma sighed. Now why did I open my mouth? Sometime later, the Sailor Senshi and the Justice 5 had agreed to join forces and were now split into several groups to go search for their hidden enemy. Ranma's scanners and Ranma's senses had detected huge energy trails that emanated near Mount Fuji. Since they were similar to what the Soul Destroyers had emitted, they decided to concentrate their search in that area. Ranma had decided to lend her Pokemon to aid in the search. Sailor Mars and Ranma were riding around on Wildfire. The blind fighter became a bit edgy as the Senshi of Fire clasped her arms around his waist and held him tightly. The hidden emotions that he sensed from her didn't make him feel all that comfortable. Sailor Mars on the other hand loved the feel of his muscular frame, and let off a quiet sigh. In another area, Sailor Venus giggled as she rode a huge saber-toothed tiger. She loved to run her hands through that shiny black coat top and couldn't help herself as she frequently scratched behind Kojiro's ears. The Nekoken fighter had to fight against his playful urges as a feline. Minako was scratching at just the right place where his hook loved to rub. High above, Sailor Mercury and Draco zipped across the skies. The Dragon Warrior didn't mind the company, but he was a bit confused as the blue-haired Senshi kept on asking if she could perform a few examinations on him. As for Prototype, who was paired up with Sailor Jupiter, it was more along the lines of, "So do you have a girlfriend?" No. Are you looking for one? Say, what's your favorite color? Do you like green? Sailor Jupiter asked shyly. Well, what's your idea of the perfect girlfriend? Oh boy. Meanwhile on the ground near the foot of the Mount Fuji, Sailor Moon, Neptune, Uranus, Chiba Moon, Saturn and the Silver Senshi were exploring some caves. Wind Rider flew overhead, as Razor and Raiden were busy sniffing things out on the ground. Wow! These elemental eyes of yours are so cool! Chiba Moon exclaimed as she swept up Raiden and gave him a hug. You're so cute. Put it down. Sailor Moon said as she placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Pika. Raiden's natural reflex to being suddenly picked up by a stranger was to. I wouldn't do that. The Silver Senshi began. Choo. C-Z-Z-A-P-P-P. Oi. Sailor Moon groaned. Real. Cute. Sailor Chiba Moon whimpered. Sailor Chiba Moon was sprawled on the floor with her mother. Their eyes were glazed. Their hair was frazzled and they were a little on the crispy side. Fortunately, Raiden had only given them a minor shock, only a mere 1,000 volts. Sailor Uranus and the other Senshi had sweat drops on the backs of their heads as they stared at the still smoking Sailor Moon and Chiba Moon. Sailor Saturn stepped forward to administer her healing powers. Slash! The Silver Senshi turned to where her sand slash was indicating. What is it, Razor? The mouse plumped to a solid rock wall and then extended one of its claws. Ranko noticed that the claw disappeared into the wall. Ah, I get it. Some kind of illusion to hide the entrance to the bad guy's headquarters. It was at that time that Wildfire came galloping toward the entrance of the cave. Ranma had also followed the energy trail. Soon the rest of the search parties came to scene as Ranma used her ki to dispel the illusion. Deep below the ground under Mount Fuji, Blodia's power build-up continued as his three minions watched in awe. It wouldn't be long before their master would have enough power to destroy the planet's core. The headquarters was hidden within a maze of caverns, and there was a shaft that led directly to the molten core of the earth. Once Blodia had built up enough energy, he would send a blast down the shaft and start a chain reaction that would cause the surface of the planet to split apart. The resulting detonation would implode the planet and release all the life forces all at once. It was then that the alarms went off and Necton used a viewing portal to see who the intruders were. Master, the Justice 5 and the Sailor Senshi have found the entrance to our base. Impossible. They defeated the Soul Destroyers. Halden gasped. What? I'm not ready yet. Go and delay them. At all costs, Blodia commanded as he speeded up the process to destroy the Earth. At the time gates. They'd better hurry. The first cloaked figure said. I wish we could help them. The second figure said. You know we can't do anything more but guide them to their final destination. I know. Back on Earth, Ranmas sensed a massive surge of power as he and the others traveled deeper into the cavernous regions of Blodia's lair. Then he sensed someone else coming their way. Guys, we've got company. Don't you? The three servants of Blodia appeared before them. So, you had defeated our soul destroyers. Very impressive. Necton said. However, you are too late. Halden sneered. Our great master Blodia is just minutes away from destroying this pathetic world. What? Everyone gasped as Ranma began scanning with his eyes. A few thousand meters below their position, a nanodic soldier detected a being of immense power and then scanned a shaft that led directly to the Earth's core, thousands of miles below. My God! He's going to destroy the Earth's core. Already the caverns began to tremble as Blodia's power climbed even further. Correct. Techno 1. Carrot scoffed. Lord Blodia had grown tired of these delays and decided to unleash this planet's life forces all at once. Can imagine the feast that awaits our master when this world's vast life essences are released with the destruction of this mudball. An added bonus is that he shall be rid of both the Sailor Senshi and the Justice 5, all in one fell swoop. There is nothing that you can do to stop him. Necton declared as he and his cohorts powered up. We'll see about that. Sailor Moon said as she and the other Senshi began tense up for the battle. Fought. Halden sneered. You were just barely able to survive against our soul hunters. If it weren't for the Silver Senshi and the Justice 5, you would have been nothing but a memory. We are far more powerful than even the Soul Destroyers. Just what makes you think that you can hope to get past us? We are the champions of love and justice. We are the defenders of this world and enemy to all that is evil. We are the Sailor SNSHI. Sailor Moon said as she bolstered up her courage. I am Sailor Moon. The other Senshi also joined in. I am Sailor Mars. I am Sailor Mercury. I am Sailor Venus. I am Sailor Jupiter. I am Sailor Chida Moon. I am Sailor Saturn. I am Sailor Uranus. I am Sailor Neptune. Sailor Moon then said, and in the name of the moon, we will punish you," they all said together. Holden and her comrades groaned. "Another good thing about destroying this world is that we won't have to hear those stupid speeches. It feels as if we're in a cartoon." Sailor Moon turned to the Justice Five. "Go. Stop Blodia. We'll handle these creeps. We've got a score to settle with them." "But," Silver Senshi began. She knew they hadn't a chance against these three. Sailor Moon shook her head and said, "From what we've seen, you may be the only Senshi that has the power to save us all. You and the Justice Five can end this." Ranko bit down as she heard these words. She wasn't a Senshi. She was a fake, a copy, nothing but an imitation. "Sailor Moon, I'm afraid that you're wrong. I'm not a Senshi." Sailor Moon smiled and said, "I had a feeling that you didn't come from the Silver Millennium like we did. But you thought for truth and justice. You thought with the heart and spirit of a Senshi. As far as I'm concerned, you are a Sailor Senshi. Now go." Sailor Moon's speech was corny, but she did feel warmth in her heart at her acceptance. At the time gate. "Well, I have to admit, Usagi may not be as scatterbrained as people believe. At least she's got an open mind. Not like some other people." The second person glared at Setsunan, who was still in her crystal prison. Down on Earth, the Ranma turned to her counterparts, who all nodded and headed down to where Blodia was. Before joining them, the Silver Senshi removed her belt of Pokeballs and said in a dramatic voice, "Let my elemental allies be your protectors, Sailor Senshi. Aridian, Wildfire, Sea Storm, Razor, Bruiser, Wind Rider. The Sailor Senshi choose you." The Pokemon burst out of their Pokeballs and took positions near the Sailor Senshi. The Ranma nodded to them as she turned around to aid her comrades against Blodia. Raiden powered up his electric sax as he stood beside Usagi. The other Pokemon also began powering up as the three servants of Blodia unleashed their attack. Down where Blodia was about to unleash his power to destroy the Earth's core, the Dark Being saw some people rushing into his chambers. He roared as he saw who it was, the Justice Five. "Holy!" Kojiro gasped as he and the others saw Blodia. The monster that had caused all of the misery and suffering to this world was a writhing mass of tentacles with one huge eye at its center. He was enormous and seemed to be a pulsating, purple blob the size of a football arena. Blodia was an ancient being, older than when the solar system had formed and Earth was just a molten ball. Now its one great eye glared at the nets that had thwarted his plans at every turn. "No, I will not be stopped now." He let off a blood-curdling howl as several soul hunters and gatherers that he had been keeping in reserve emerged from various passageways and attacked the Justice Five. Ranma took one scan of the attackers and Blodia and knew that they needed the heavy artillery. Ultra Armor energized. The four other Ranmas followed suit and soon became Minesweeper, Saber Warclaw, and Magna Dragon Knight. They followed Techno 2 as they clashed with Blodia's defenders. Back at the other end, the Sailor Senshi were giving their all to defeat the three servants. With the help of Ranma's Pokemon, they were holding their own against them. Sailor Uranus fell down after being hit by a blast from Halden. She was dazed from the attack and was unable to move out of the way as Halden followed up with another lethal bolt. Luckily, Seastorm rushed up to get in between them and erected a psychic shield. Golduck. Carrot was getting frustrated as he tried to obliterate Sailor Mars and Mercury. Unfortunately, every time he aimed at them, his shots would be intercepted or deflected by key blasts from Bruiser and Wind Rider. He was then slammed backward as the Pidgeotto let loose with his wind cannon. Necton smirked as he stood over a downed Sailor Jupiter and was about to deliver the killing blow. That was when something landed on his back. Pika. Chuu. Raiden's Thundershock was quite powerful as compared to other Pikachu or Raichu. At point-blank range, it was shocking. Back at Blodia's lair, the Justice 5 in their Ultra Armor was just polishing off the last of their opponents, when they saw Blodia begin to glow with a strange light. Ranma knew that the monster was near to releasing all that energy to destroy the Earth's core. Drastic steps would have to be made. He couldn't risk using his super antimatter cannon, so... Guys, switch to the Mega Armor. Back to where the Sailor Senshi were battling the three servants. Necton screamed as his battered and burned body fell to land beside the unconscious forms of his comrades. Nearby, a bruised and battered group of Sailor Senshi stood triumphantly with Ranma's Pokemon. TT, thank you. Sailor Moon gasped as she petted the tired and exhausted Pikachu. She then nodded to the other Pokemon. Thank you all. We couldn't have beaten them without you. Knock-up. Pidgeotto. Slash. Golduck. Nay. Pika. The Sailor Senshi and Pokemon then rushed down the cavernous tunnel that led to Blodia. As they entered the lair, they saw the Justice 5 initiate their mega transformations. All five raised their arms and said, Mega Armor energized. 5 beams of light came down, each surrounding a member and replacing their Ultra Armor with new suits. With Ranma, his Phase II Exo Armor was replaced with the Phase II version. TCHNO2. Armor energized 2. A far more robust armored suit replaced the previous one. Large, dual-barreled proton cannons appeared on each shoulder. Below them on separate mounts were multiple micro-missile launchers. A beam cannon projector appeared on the breastplate. The gauntlets now sported heavy, triple-barreled particle guns and built-in beam sabers. The backpack section had larger wings and extra launchers. The boots were replaced with turbo kick boots for that extra impact. He stood ready in front of a picture of an exploding nova. TACHNO3. For Kojiro. Saber Warclaw armor energized 2. His clawed gauntlets became thicker and sharper. The guard pads then molded themselves to his shoulder epaulets. Kojiro decided that in order for him to fully utilize his CAD powers, He would have to go to full tiger mode. He did so and the armor adjusted to fit over his head and back. A missile rack appeared on each of his flanks and his legs became encased in lead armor. He struck a pose in front of a black background with red slash marks. He found out that a special synthesizer allowed him to speak in feline mode. MECHA Warcat. Ford Draco. Magna Dragon Knight. Armor energized too. The crimson armor was stripped away to be replaced with black armor that was bulkier, yet still allowed him to move about with ease. His wings were also outfitted with metallic frames. His hands became encased in fancy, dragonhead gauntlets. Think of the Shenlong from Gundam Wing. He let off gouts of fire from one gauntlet as he stood with his crimson fang at the ready. Top Dragon Knight Prime. 4B Ranma. MINDSWAP. Armor energized too. The blind man was encased in dark blue armor, very similar to his ultra armor, but he now sported a helmet that covered his entire head. His double-edged beam saber became a variation poleaxe on one end and a kind of naginata on the other. His back also sported spike-like projections, which were actually advanced sensory antennae. Ranma was astounded at how much more his range had increased. His senses were now so finely tuned that he could actually read fine print from a distance of 5 miles. His sixth and seventh senses were now comparable to the abilities of very powerful psychics. Mindstormer. As for Ranko, I know you were waiting to see what she became. Sailor Silver Star. Armor energized too. Her wings wrapped around her body, obscuring her form from sight. A bright flash of light was glimpsed from within. Her wings then became less rounded and sharper, taking on a metallic shine. Think of Archangel from X-Men. When the wings opened up, new armor units formed over her ultra armor. A fancy visor replaced her headdress. Her epaulets became sleeker and more detailed. Her skirt flared with brightest silver and her boots glistened with a combination of gold and silver trim. Her gloves lengthened to almost reach her shoulders. A new symbol of an exploding star appeared on her chest as she took a pose in front of her silver star insignia. Sailor Nova. Sailor Nova. Sailor Moon breathed out as she and the other Senshi watched in awe. The new Justice 5 began assaulting the gelatinous Blodia with their increased powers. Dragon Fang. Tiger's Rage. Wing Barrage. Plasma Buster. Psychic Wave. Blodia howled as he was blasted from all sides by the Justice 5, but refused to concede defeat. He needed just a little more time. He endured the merciless pounding that he was receiving as they concentrated every ounce of his power to the task. When his aura turned black, he began laughing and said in a final gloat, "Now you die." He then sent the blast hurtling down the shaft toward the Earth's core. "No!" Techno 3 said as he called for his ship to transport him to the Earth's core. He found himself hovering just above the molten center of the Earth. In less than a couple of seconds, the Blodia's blast would come crashing down on top of him and the core. "This is going to be close. Computer. Annihilator. 100,000ths of maximum payload. Asterisk affirmative. Asterisk the Ranma had not wanted to risk using the antimatter cannon for fear of accidentally destroying the core during the battle. Now, the super weapon was the only thing that could stop Blodia's energy from hitting the core. The technological Ranma wanted the cannon straight up and fired. There was a massive flare as antimatter clashed with dark energies, but as it had done with Lenin vs. Dragon Slave, the antimatter ate up the energy and kept on going. The cavern where Blodia and the others were rumbled as the beam came up and shot up through the roof to explode out of the top of Mount Fuji. Fortunately, Ranma had aimed the beam away from where his friends were. However, Blodia could not dodge the beam entirely and was sent up along with it. Apparently, Blodia did manage to erect a barrier to protect himself from the antimatter beam and was not vaporized with the top of the mountain. However, since the cannon was not set at a higher level, the beam it produced eventually ran out. The huge monster went crashing down onto the landscape, causing seismic tremors to shake the island of Japan. Inside the cavern, Ranma reappeared next to his comrades and then commanded his ship to transport them all out of the mountain. Just as they all dematerialized, Blodia's lair came crashing down on itself. The group rematerialized outside near the foot of Mount Fuji and was shocked to see that Blodia had survived and was not preparing to attack the city of Tokyo. Give it another shot, Techno 3. I can't. Techno 3 said. The Annihilator will take some time to recharge. We're out of time. No, we're not. Ranma insisted as she spread her wings and flew down to land at the outskirts of Tokyo. What's she doing? Usagi asked as she and the others watched Sailor Nova take a stance. Ranma wondered himself as he extended his senses. Oh, I see. He chuckled a bit at the joke. What's going on? Kojiro asked. Remember when Techno 3 told us that the Mega Armor increases our powers by about 100 times? Well, I do believe that Sailor Nova is about to use an attack that could match the spirit beam I used on that meteor. You mean unamplified hyper beam? Draco asked. Pika, Raiden and the other Pokemon watched in amazement as their trainer began to glow a bright gold. You betcha. It was true. Sailor Nova was taking a stance and powering up all of her remaining stores of energy. Using the Mega Armor was straining her even more than the Ultra Armor, but she knew of no other way of stopping Blodia. As the huge and disgusting blob advanced on the city, the pseudo-senshi decided that she might as well play her role to the fullest. To protect the universe from devastation, a small ball of orange energy began to form between her cupped hands. To save all innocents without hesitation, the energy began to grow. To defend the values of truth and love, the sphere was now the size of a basketball. Blasting the LODIA to the stars above. The energy ball was now held above her head and was the size of a car. I am Sailor Nova. The energy was now the size of a small mouse. I am the cosmic sailor, sweet warrior of justice and light. The citizens then began fleeing in terror as they saw a huge blob coming toward them. IBLODIA, for you have lost the fight. The energy sphere crackled and elongated into a massive beam as she threw her hands forward. Nova. Cosmic. Cannon. Blodia let off one final scream as the biggest hyper beam in history struck him. He had used up most of his energy to survive the Annihilator at 1/100,000 dhs of its power. Now something equivalent to the Ranma's spirit beam was blasting into him. There was one massive explosion as the entity went up in a huge energy geyser. Some distance away, the Sailor Senshi all watched in awe as Sailor Nova collapsed to her knees. The mega armor then disappeared, leaving her in her guise of the Silver Senshi. Sailor Jupiter then turned to Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon? Yes? When can we sign her up? At the time gates. Way to go, Sailor Nova. Not bad. Even Setsuna had to admit. Not bad at all. A few weeks later. Do you have to leave? Usagi asked as she and the others were standing in a field where the Ranmas were preparing to board the ship. During the last few weeks, the Sailor Senshi and the five-dimensional Ranmas had revealed themselves to each other, even though the Ranmas already knew about their secret identities. Yes, I mean, we could really use SENSHI like you, Amy said as she addressed P. Ranma. She and the others were still a little uneasy after the Pokemon trainer had revealed himself as a guy. Omikaru and Haruka found that aspect to be most intriguing. They were especially interested with his girl curse. P. Ranma wanted to get out quick. Sorry girls, but I'm hanging up my fuku. P. Ranma said as he warmly shook their hands. Oh, I have to admit, it was quick while it lasted. Are you sure that you and the others won't change your mind? Usagi asked. I mean, we can all work together and fight any future bad guys and I'm afraid not. We really have to get going. P. Ranma said as he approached them. The others are saying their goodbyes now. You guys should be alright now that Blodia isn't around. Oh, and by the way, yes, you might want to stop with those speeches of yours. I swear that they last longer than the battles. Usagi laughed nervously as she had a large sweat drop on her head. He ran aside as he called for his Pokemon. Rene was crying a bit as Raiden and the others rejoined their master's side. Minako sighed sadly as she received a peck on the cheek by Kojiro. She wasn't happy that he was leaving, nor did she like it when he told her that he had a fiancé waiting for him back home. Makoto was the same. Her heart had stopped when she saw the handsome face beneath Techno 1's helmet and she was now being denied another potential boyfriend. As for Raiden and Ranma, they had found kindred spirits within each other. Both were extremely empathic. Ray was very surprised to learn that he was blind, but his quiet charm and gentle personality soon had her yearning for him. She too was going to miss him. As the ship began powering up its engines, the five Ranmas began talking about their adventures thus far. Man, it's been a wild ride so far, Draco said. I'll say. This world has been pretty exciting. I wonder what the next world will be like. Ranma asked. Just so long as I don't have to wear a fuku or make long-winded speeches, Ranma said with a smirk. He then turned to Ranma. By the way, are you sure that we can't use the Ultra or Mega Armor anymore? Nope. You guys burned them out. Besides, you do remember the side effects, right? The armor made your bodies more energy efficient, but it also caused them to be hypermetabolic. You guys burned up a lot of calories and almost got restaurant into bankruptcy. I'm just glad I had enough to pay for that meal. You all ate more than 3 divisions. Sorry about that, but we were so hungry. Ranma said. That's okay guys. So are you ready? All 4 nodded as Ranma activated the ship's drive. As the sailor Senshi waved to them, the craft lifted off the ground and rose toward the sky. In a matter of seconds, it was gone from sight. At the time gate. It's about time. Setsunan laughed as the crystal prison was dissolved. Of course, the 2 figures would not return her powers until they left. Oh, don't get your fuku in a knot. We told you that we would free you when our business was done and here you are. The first person said. Your powers will return when we leave and then you can go back to interfering with time and manipulating things so your precious crystal Tokyo will be a reality. The second hooded person said nonchalantly. How dare you do this to me? Just who do you think you are? It was at that moment that the 2 decided to pull down their hoods. Setsunan's eyes widened as she saw their faces. It can't be. Remember this, Setsunan. The first one said as he wagged a finger at her. If we had not sent those 5 to this world, then it, along with the sailor Senshi, would have been destroyed. Things wouldn't have gotten any better if we had let you intervene. That's for sure. The second one said. Therefore, we shall now let you see what would have happened if we had not stopped you. With a wave of the second person's hand, the time gate began showing images of the dark timeline that had been averted. Setsunan almost threw up when she saw her own horrible demise after she had destroyed the 5 Ranmas. The other Senshi also perished horribly and the world was plunged into oblivion. The time gate then stopped showing images as the 2 strangers prepared to depart. You shall find the future timelines to be exactly as you had seen it before. One more thing though. We suggest that you stop trying to push for that future that you want and actually perform your job as the Senshi of time. That means no interference. The second person stressed as he and his partner replaced their heads. People were meant to make their own decisions, Setsunan. It won't do for you to play God. You're not very good at it. Leave that job to the expert, Kami-sama. With those words, the 2 vanished, leaving Setsuna to ponder over their words. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that concludes this dimensional hop. Sorry this part doesn't seem as hilarious as the others. But I had finally run through my silly phase and we can now move forward. In the next chapter, the 5 Ranmas shall meet up with teaser or anime nobi aka exclamation point double quote asterisk chapter 3 asterisk The Return of the Silver Senshi Part 1 Crossover Crisis Side Story to Disclaimer. Do I really have to repeat myself? Oh well. Sailor Moon, Ranma 1/2 and any other online character mentioned in this story belongs to his/her creators. T. Ranma, Fist of the Pikachu, Trainer. T. Ranma, Ranma, Prototype. T. Ranma, Dragon Child, Draco, Kojiro, Cat Fist Fury B. Ranma, Fighting Blind, Ranma, Thoughts, asterisk computer responses note. This story takes place sometime after Chapter 6 of the Great Crossover Crisis story and Cat Fist Star. The Return of the Silver Senshi Part 1 somewhere in the space-time continuum. Hey Prototype, what are you working on? Trainer asked as he and the other Ranmas were spending the week in a hotel in some world that resembled ancient Japan, but all the women were all marionettes. The Pokemon trainer had to be very careful not to show his girl side or people might mistake him for one of those pseudo-females. Oh, well, it's just a little side project that I've been tinkering with since we left that Sailor Senshi world. Prototype replied as he adjusted the settings to 6 devices that resembled high-tech wristwatches. P. Ranma shuddered as he remembered his role in that reality. It was bad enough that he had to go run around in a fuku to save the Sailor Senshi. What had occurred afterwards still gave him nightmares. Justice 5 indeed. Somebody had been watching way too many Power Ranger episodes. It was then that Trainer noticed something. Hey, wait a minute. I count 6 of those power armor activators. We only used 4. You didn't use one when you went through that armor energizing nonsense, since you already had that high-tech exo armor of yours. Yes, well the other 2 were backups that I had made just in case we needed the extra firepower. The technological Ranma replied as he finished with his adjustments. So, do they work? T. Ranma grinned as he said, Why? Do you want to be Sailor Silver Star again? No way. T. Ranma replied frantically while wildly waving his hands. He then calmed down a bit. I was just curious. That's all. I thought they couldn't be used again since you told us that they were all burned out after using the 100 times armor. They were. T. Ranma confirmed. However, I still had the blueprints to the original armor specs. I had 4 new activators made and augmented the remaining 2. Who knows? We might have to do the superhero thing again in the future. So these things are like the originals? Not quite. I've made certain improvements and these new bands will enhance the biostructure of the wearer so that he can take the increased power output better. The old ones could only augment the wearer's innate abilities by a factor of 10 and 100 respectively. Remember the Ultra and Mega Armor? These new ones can increase a person's powers by a factor of 1000. I think I'll call it Hyper Armor Energizing. T. Ranma chuckled a bit. Oh, and here's a new little addition. He gestured to a connector outlet on the side of one of the wristbands. With this little device, 2 people can combine their powers together into one singular being. Really? You mean that two people can merge into one? That's right. Think of the possibilities. A cat-fist martial artist with the unseen light. A Pokemon trainer with dragon powers. Of course, I haven't really tested this new process out yet, but the theory is sound and it should work. Let's hope that we never have to use them. Trainer said. I tend to agree with you on that. Ranma said. Especially since the hyper-level armor mode may be too much for any one person to handle, despite having one's body enhanced to its utmost potential. Remember how much of a strain it put on you guys after you went through the Ultra and Mega levels? Your bodies became so hyper-metabolic that you guys ate enough in one sitting to feed an entire division for a month. If we ever have to use these things again, then it would best that you don't try to go to the hyper level. Your metabolisms may not be able to withstand such a strain and burn out completely. Heck, it would even tax my body. A week later, in the dimensional vortex on board Ranma's ship. Well guys, here we go again. So which way should we go this time? One set coordinates is as good as another. Ranma said as he gestured to a nearby monitor which had a long list of coordinates displayed on it. How about these coordinates? Trainer asked as he tapped a finger on some numbers. On his shoulder was his Pikachu. His other Pokemon were resting in their Pokeballs on his belt. Prototype shook his head. No. We've already been there. Those coordinates lead to that Sailor Senshi world. Then let's not go there again. Trainer remarked as his counterpart snickered a bit. Meanwhile, in the place beyond and between all places, better known as the Realm of Infinity, Ranma Red and Ranma Blue watched via a mystical viewer as the ship continued to cruise through the dimensional vortex. Well, Trainer's right. They don't need to go back to that world. They did the job that we sent them to do in that reality. Ranma Red said. Yes, and Ranma Blue paused as he saw something else happening in the space-time continuum. Oh. What? His brother asked as he gazed at the scene happening in the viewer. He nodded and turned to his twin. Looks like they're going to be needed again in that world. The danger that's coming is something that the Sailor Senshi can't handle by themselves. Yep. But it wouldn't do if we sent them all back to that world. It would look a bit suspicious. You're right. How about just one of them? That could work. I'd say that the Silver Senshi is about to make a comeback, don't you think? Usual way. Yeah. Oh, I really hate doing this to any one of them. I do too. But how else can we give the Sailor Senshi the help they need? We have to make it look like an accident. So are you ready? Ready. Trainer was sitting near the transport controls as the ship began to head toward a point in the nexus. It was at that moment that a quantum surge suddenly lashed out and struck hard against the shields of the craft. This caught everyone totally off guard as they were thrown from their seats. Ranma winced as he landed hard on his rear. A large box that was on the console fell into his lap. Raiden managed to hold onto his perch on Ranma's shoulder as his master struggled to get up. As he reached for the edge of the console, His fingers brushed against a certain panel and touched a series of buttons in a specific sequence. It was then that Ranma noticed where his counterpart's hand was. "Don't touch that." Too late. Ranma had accidentally activated the transporter controls. In an instant, the Pokemon trainer, his Pikachu and the box in his lap disappeared in a flash of light. Prototype winced as his group was once again short one member. However, he couldn't deal with that problem at the moment as he had to guide his craft and the rest of his party to safety. He told his counterparts to brace themselves as the cruiser broke through the dimensional fabric of reality and entered another universe. Without Trainer, who was instantly transported to a separate, yet very familiar world. Universe HIJ 5,664,000XX. Don't worry guys. This one's on me. Annihilator. 1/1,000,000th of full power. Asterisk affirmative exclamation point asterisk. The angel didn't know what hit it as a blast of antimatter ripped through its field as if it was nothing. The monstrosity was destroyed in a heartbeat, leaving only a large smoking crater in its passing. Asuka, Rei, Misato and the other Ava pilots could only stare in awe after seeing the fifth angel this week go up in smoke. In the last 5 days, the strangers had destroyed each and every angel with unbelievable ease. The first day, the blind one had destroyed an angel with a concentrated blast of energy which he called a spirit beam. The next day, the second look-alike had morphed into some huge phantom tiger and reduced the attacking angel to shreds. The third day, a huge winged lizard had appeared and torched the angel with a fiery breath. The following day, that same giant beast had torn apart an angel with its huge claws. Now today, the leader of that party had made some huge cannon appear and obliterated the enemy so casually that he looked almost bored with causing mass destruction. As of now, the Ava pilots were feeling superfluous. The scientists were itching to learn the secrets of the newcomers. Ranma lowered the Annihilator and sighed. They had been in this world for more than 5 days and they had been fighting angels non-stop. By week's end his quantum phase drive should be ready for them to depart. He could only hope that Trainer would still be alive when they reached him. He knew where Ranma was from the last coordinates that the transporter had sent him to. He could only guess as to what he had been doing since they were separated. As of now, until they were able to leave, the remaining Ranmas had to do everything in their power to avert the catastrophe that would follow the third impact. 5 days earlier, in that particular universe. No, not again. Ranma moaned as he recognized his surroundings. Pika. Raiden replied with a helpless shrug. Trainer and his Pikachu had just materialized in the middle of a deserted street and his gaze was fixated on a store window of a toy store. He saw a certain action figure that was being offered at a discounted price. His interest in the character had steadily declined since the last time he was here. In big letters, the sign proclaimed, "All Silver Senshi dolls and merchandise, 50% off." "How did we end up here again, Raiden?" Ranma asked his Pikachu. Raiden could only shrug and reply, Pika, I don't know either, but wait a minute. You don't suppose that transporter of prototypes sent us to those coordinates that he showed us, do you? Raiden cocked his head to one side and thought, then nodded in agreement. Pikachu. So that lot I touched when I reached for the console. Pokemon Ranma realized. But, if that's the case, then how do we get back to the others? Raiden had no answer for his master. It was then that he and his trainer noticed the box lying on the pavement near them. Ranma realized that it was the same box that had landed in his lap. He went over and picked it up. Opening the top, he looked into it and saw that it contained the 6 new power armor activators that Ranma had been working on. Nodding to himself, he closed the box and took stock of what was on his person. He had with him his belt of Pokeballs and the Pokedex. He was wearing his Cyberware bodysuit, which was currently mimicking the clothes that he usually wore on the Pokemon world. Clipped on his belt, he had the new micro-survival unit that Ranma had issued to his counterparts after that incident in the Outlaw Star universe in case any of them were separated. Each device had access to its own subspace pocket, which contained various items, including a sizable store of food, emergency equipment such as flares, and first aid supplies, and a limited amount of gold and precious gems for currency. Ranma also noted that he still had a spare dispenser of that instant hair color that he had used to change his hair to silver blonde the last time he was here. That was part of his disguise as the Silver Senshi. Well, I won't be doing that again. Ranma's thoughts were interrupted as he heard a loud explosion nearby. He looked at his Pikachu, who nodded in agreement, and they both ran toward the direction of the disturbance was taking place. He began to get even more worried when he heard screams and some familiar voices. Love and Beauty Shock. Flame Sniper. WAHHHHH. They're too strong. Oh boy. I'd recognize that panicky voice anywhere. Ranma turned the corner and saw a scene of carnage. There they were. The inner Senshi, and they were up to their fuku-clad necks in trouble. By the looks of the devastated streets around them, they had been fighting hard against some huge monsters for some time, and they seemed to be on the brink of exhaustion. Sailor Jupiter, Mercury and Chibai Moon were already down for the count, and the remaining Senshi were about to join them as the Yuma continued to advance on them. Jupiter was lying unconscious beside Mercury and Chibai Moon. Mars and Venus were launching attack after attack at their enemies, but to no avail as they were forced back to where Sailor Moon and their fallen comrades were. Things looked pretty bad. Pikachu. Raiden tugged at his master's leg. I know they need help, Raiden. But what should we? Trainer's voice trailed off as he realized what his Pokemon was thinking. Oh no. Not again. The last time was bad enough. Do you realize how drafty that Fuku was? Ranma winced as his favorite Pokemon gave him the dreaded, puppy dog pleading look. He never could resist Raiden when he did that. Pika, Pika. Oh, alright already. Pikachu. Raiden said joyfully. Raiden, return. Trainer said as he recalled his Pikachu into his Pokeball and then ran toward a nearby outdoor water fountain. Our mistress will be pleased. The blob-like human sneered as he and his comrades had the remaining Senshi cornered and weakened. Yes, we shall succeed where Blodia had failed. The second human said as they all prepared to let loose with one final barrage. The ambush had worked perfectly and soon the Sailor Senshi would be no more than a memory. Nothing could stop them now. Sailor Moon, Mars and Venus all stood defiantly between their enemy and their helpless comrades. If they were going to die, then they would do so together. Silverbolt Flash. It was at that moment that a brilliant flash of silver suddenly exploded in front of their eyes and a familiar speech was heard. To protect the universe from devastation. A pot was heard as a Pokeball appeared and released what was inside. Pikachu. To destroy all evil without hesitation. Another Pokeball was thrown. Pikachu. To defend the Sailor Sweet warriors of truth and love. Mock-up. Guy kicking bad guy butt to the stars above. Nay. We are the Silver Senshi and her elemental allies. Golduck. We are the champions of justice and light. Sandslash. Surrender now or get ready to fight. The Yuma were just recovering from the sudden flash of light when they all gasped at the sight of Ranma in his female form and dressed in his Silver Senshi costume. Behind him, the Pokemon were all powering up their battle oars as the Sailor Senshi could only gape in total disbelief. At that moment, news crews and their cameras began to arrive on the scene. The reporters were also stunned to see the return of the mysterious Senshi. Silver Senshi. It's you. Sailor Moon cried out. Ranma smiled at Usagi and nodded. That's right, Sailor Moon. I'm P-A-C-C-C-C-C-K. Aridian. Thunderbolt attack. Pikachu. One of the attacking Yuma howled as a massive blast of electricity lanced out and lit it up like a Christmas tree. It was then knocked down as the Pikachu flashed forward and knocked it down with a lightning tackle. Before the beast could even think to retaliate, Raiden went into a flurry of kicks and punches, appearing to all as a yellow streak that buzzed around the Yuma like a maddened dragonfly. Then, the area exploded in a flash of brilliance as the Pikachu Zora sent his enemy skyward. G-I-K. C-H-U-U-U-U-U. The Yuma could only let out a howling scream of agony as the Pikachu let loose with one final burst of high voltage and fried his enemy into a cinder. Anyone like their Yuma extra crispy? The remaining bad guys were in a state of shock, pardon the pun, after seeing a cute little mouse toast one of their comrades. They were soon fighting for their lives as the rest of the Silver Senshi's elemental allies shot forward at their mistress' command. The battle area was soon being devastated as psychic blasts, ice beams, flames and ki blasts shot out to pummel the ones who had nearly destroyed the inner Senshi. Ranma ran to where Sailor Jupiter lay as her Pokemon continued to defend the other Senshi. She knelt down and put one arm behind Makoto's back, propping her head up as she assessed the Senshi's injuries. Makoto's Senshi costume gave her a very high degree of protection. It was apparent that Sailor Jupiter had been hit extremely hard. Judging by her awake key signature, the Ranma saw that she just barely hanging on. It was as if something or someone had drained a very large portion of her precious life energies. Her costume was torn and tattered in numerous places, and her body had several large bruises. The Ranma suspected that she had received a bad concussion and glanced over to where Sailor Mercury and Chibi Moon lay and sensed that they too were badly injured, though not to as great extent as Makoto was. The Silver Senshi then applied a hand to the back of Makoto's head and lent her a portion of her own ki to revive her. She smiled as Makoto's eyelids fluttered, then opened as Sailor Jupiter let off a weak moan. Meanwhile, in another dimension, certain sinister figures were observing the new turn of event with surprise and disgust. What? Who is that? I don't know. But she is ruining all of our plans. Were it not for her interference, in less than a minute, the Sailor Senshi would have been no longer be a threat to our invasion. We cannot allow her to stop us when we are so close to our ultimate goal. Yes, we had planned long and hard for this day. Capturing the outer Senshi and using their power to fuel our minions without wasting our own precious reserves of energy was a stroke of genius. What better way to defeat the other Senshi than by using pawns who draw their power from the same sources as the Senshi? The second figure nodded as they both glanced over to their captives, who were chained to a wall and had several slimy tendrils attached to them. The pseudopods glowed with a crimson light, and Sailor Saturn, Neptune and Uranus would scream out in agony as more of their life energies were sucked away. Beside them, in a large crystal monolith, Sailor Pluto was encased and in a state of suspended animation. It took much to catch the outer Senshi off guard, especially with that blasted guardian of time. The first figure commented, "Yes, but her obsession with making her precious crystal Tokyo a reality was her downfall." The second figure said, "By causing a false signal in the time stream to appear, we made her believe that a temporal rift had occurred and lured her into chrono loop. Within that monolith, she is experiencing the same timeline of the last few days over and over again in her mind, created and maintained by her own power. Yes, and without her, the other Senshi had no advanced warning of our arrival. It was simple matter to lure the rest of the outers into a trap and capture them all. They were so eager to fight and destroy the enemy that manipulating their actions was mere child's play, especially with Sailor Uranus, the most headstrong and brash of the outers. Yes, and Sailor Neptune and Saturn were certain to follow. Now they are providing us with the power to defeat the inner Senshi. Once they have been eliminated, we will be able to achieve what Blodia could not. Yes, but our plans may come to naught if we let this newcomer spoil everything. Then let us destroy this nuisance now. Let the power of the outers annihilate her along with the inners. The two figures made a gesture toward their captive, and the tendrils increased their rate of absorbing the outer's powers and life energies. Sailor Neptune and the other otters screamed as new pain flooded their bodies. Makoto moaned as she focused in on the person who was cradling her head. Her vision soon became clear as she saw the silver blonde face of an old friend. She weakly smiled. "Silver Senshi, you're back." "That's right, Sailor Jupiter. I'm back," Ranma replied as she took a quick glance at the battle. Sea Storm was protecting Sailor Moon, Mars and Venus with his psychic barrier as Wildfire was burning down Yuma with his fire spin attack. Razor and Bruiser were taking down another pair of monsters that resembled insects, while Raiden and Wind Rider were protecting their flanks. It looked like the Pokemon had everything well in hand. Things suddenly changed when a huge black disc suddenly appeared above them and some larger, more hideous creatures dropped down from the port and joined the others in the assault. The Pokemon found themselves being forced back as the odds began to shift against them. Makoto moaned as she tried to get up to fight, but her body had taken too much damage to be of any help. "I'm so weak." Ranma gritted her teeth. Things did not look too good as she saw her Pokemon start to lose ground. She had to go help them, and by the looks of things, she would also have to use the device that was on her wrist. But she couldn't leave Sailor Jupiter and the others, especially in the state they were in. The Senshi needed something to revitalize them, and they needed it now. The Pokemon trainer then came to a decision and took out another of the devices, attaching it to Makoto's wrist. Asterisk Power Armor Activator is online. New user has been identified. Biostructure analysis is complete. Ready to initiate exclamation point asterisk top. Sailor Jupiter stared at the strange band with confusion as the silver Senshi raised the arm up straight. Sailor Jupiter, repeat after me. Ultra Armor Energized. There was a long pause as Makoto considered it and decided that she had nothing left to lose. She took a deep breath, then shouted out the command phrase, "Ultra Armor Energized." There was another explosion of lightning as Sailor Jupiter was enveloped and her body floated to hover upright in midair. Her form became a white silhouette as all the injuries she had sustained were immediately restored. Then she began to pirouette with her right leg bent at the knee, her upper body arched out and her head and arms thrown back. Lightning bolts crackled in the background as they wrapped themselves around her limbs, and armor units appeared to merge with her Senshi costume. Sailor Jupiter. Armor energized too. Her green footwear was replaced by more stylish, emerald, knee-length boots with lightning bolt designs running up the front. The skirt became a bit longer and took on a more metallic sheen. The front of her costume, which had a pretty pink bow, morphed into an armored breastplate with a more fuller bosom. Apparently, the process also put her body through more physical development in order to handle the new energy output. Makoto became 3 inches taller and her teenage figure became more curved with added muscle tone. Twant epaulets appeared on her shoulders and merged with the breastplate as forearm gauntlets appeared over her white gloves. Her tiara extended its antennae and lightning-shaped winglets appeared on each side of the headpiece. Mikoto struck a pose in front of a background of a thunderstorm as a small symbol of Jupiter appeared on her chest just above her heart. Sailor Thunderstrike. Sailor Thunderstrike. Sailor Moon, Mars and Venus gasped as they saw a more curvaceous and slightly buffer Mikoto. Sailor Jupiter was ecstatic as she felt more power coursing through her than ever before. She looked down at herself and smoothed her hands down her sides, then grinned as she flaunted her new 5 feet 11 inch tall, 33-26-34 figure to her comrades. "Whoa! Check out these hips. I am totally bitching." The cameramen and reporters started drooling at the sight of the Senshi, who now resembled one of the exotic Amazon warriors of Greek legend. Across the city of Tokyo, several hundred wives and girlfriends slapped their spouses and boyfriends, after the males let off catcalls and wolf whistles from seeing Mikoto transform from a lanky teenage girl to a brunette bombshell, a figure most supermodels would kill for. Pokemon Ranma could only grin and shrug at the newly formed, vastly improved Senshi of Jupiter and then twamped to the attacking Yuma. "You go, girl." She then looked down at her Pikachu and twamped to Mikoto. "Raiden, meet your new battle buddy. Double Team Thunderbolt attack." Pika. Raiden raced toward Mikoto as she began powering up her upgraded electrical abilities. The Sailor Sweet Warrior smiled as she glanced over and saw the electric mouse perched on her right shoulder. She then brought her hands together and a stream of sparks flowed between them. The power condensed into a long, crackling shape which she grasped like a staff in one hand. She reared back and hurled it forward like an Olympic athlete in the javelin competition. Jupiter. Thunderstrike Spear. Pikachu. The electric rodent powered up his electric cheek pouches and let loose with a massive bolt that added to the projectile Mikoto had thrown. The attack became even more intense as it flashed toward the nearest monstrosity. The beast let off a blood-curdling scream as it was hit with enough amperage to light up downtown Tokyo for a month. The discharge let off secondary bolts which took out television sets and cameras within a 1-block radius as well as a dozen other enemies as they were caught in the blast. Sailor Thunderstrike stared at the crater that was all that was left of her target and then looked down at the wisps of smoke that was coming from her fingertips. She then shrugged to the Pikachu on her shoulder and blew the smoke from her fingertips. "I've got the juice." Ranma decided to get into the act as the remaining Yuma decided to charge at the other Senshi and her Pokemon. She held up her device and shouted out, "Ultra Armor Energize." Once again, the Silver Senshi was engulfed in a blinding nimbus of light as her body underwent similar changes as Mikoto's did. With the improved power armor enhancement process, Trainer's girl body, with its already impressive figure, became more curved and increased in both height and muscle tone. An armored breastplate, this one done in silver, appeared, as well as newer, sleeker gauntlets and boots than the previous time, appeared and attached themselves to her. Reporters and cameramen drooled. A U.S. trainer became as sexy-looking as a certain goddess of the past that we all know of. Silver SENSHI. Armor energized too. On her back, not one, but 3 pairs of feathery wings sprouted and spread themselves out. Prototype had recently made a more maneuverable anti-gravity harness, and the wings were now equipped with new weapon systems. She flapped them once to get a feel for them again, then took a pose in front of a star-studded background as a star insignia appeared on her chest. Once again, the Silver Senshi had become Sailor Silver Star. Her belt of pokeballs sent out beams of energy, which caused each of her elemental allies to increase in power. They began to push back their foes as Sailor Silver Star took to the air. She then hovered above the area and charged up her aura. She then mimicked Sailor Mars' motions of firing her flame sniper attack, and a bow and arrow of orange-yellow energy appeared with silver-blue highlights. It was a combination of her ki and hyper beam techniques as she took aim at the remaining monsters. Hyper Silver Bolt Arrow. She let fly with her attack, which struck hard in the midst of the bad guys, vaporizing them instantly in massive hemisphere of destruction. Those who were watching were temporarily blinded. She then made a double reverse loop before landing beside the Shotgunners and Sailor Thunderstrike. She recalled her Pokemon and addressed Mikoto. "We have to get the others out of here now. Maybe back to Ray's temple?" Sailor Thunderstrike paused to think about it. "Well, we could use the Sailor Senshi teleport, but they're too hurt to try it, and we need all 5 inner Senshi to do it." It was then that her wristband began flashing her a signal. New Ultra Armor will allow for instantaneous and multi-person teleport action. Give command phrase, Thunder Teleport. Thunder Teleport. Command acknowledged. Before they knew it, they were all engulfed in a flash of power and then streaked off into the heavens in a bolt of lightning. The news teams were in a state of disbelief as they stared at the now deserted and devastated landscape. Well, that was a surprise. The first master villain said as he and his partner saw the inner Senshi and their new comrade disappear in a massive bolt of lightning. "Yes. Do you think this Silver Senshi is the same one that defeated Blodia?" the second figure asked. "It's very likely. Now our main problem is what are we going to do about it?" As the two discussed their future schemes, Sailor Uranus, Neptune and Saturn remained chained to the wall, and Sailor Pluto was in her crystal prison. "All right, Mikoto, would you mind telling me what's been happening?" Trainer asked as he finished tending Yumi's wounds. The other Senshi had regained consciousness and had transformed back into their civilian identities. Since Ranma already knew their real names from the last time he was in this reality, there was no fear of revealing themselves to him, though they were still quite unnerved at the fact that the Silver Senshi was actually a boy. Sailor Jupiter had powered down her armor and returned to being Mikoto again, though she was reluctant to becoming her less endowed self again. Beside them, Minako, Ray, Usagi and Ami sat and listened as their tallest member began filling in the details. Off to one side, Usagi's future daughter was playing with Raiden. Makoto took a deep breath and began. Well, it all began about 3 months after you and the Justice 5 left. You see, the outer senshi are missing. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, I hope this revised and expanded version of The Return of the Silver Senshi was enjoyable and filled in a few gaps that the first version had left. I had been rather rushed with that draft. In any case, stay tuned for part 2 of the second crossover Crisis side history. Less than PNG border equals 0 height equals 1 src equals double quote crisis.ss to p1 underscore files slash visit.gif width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 4 asterisk The Return of the Silver Senshi part 2 crossover Crisis side story to disclaimer. I repeat. How did I get into this mess? Thoughts, asterisk asterisk, computer responses. Ranma, Fist of the Pikachu, Trainer, Ranko, Silver Senshi, Sailor Silver Star, etc. Ranma, Fighting Blind, Ranma, Ranma, Ranma Prototype, Kojiro, Cat Fist Fury. Ranma, Dragon Child, Draco, The Return of the Silver Senshi Part 2, Sailor Uranus, Neptune and the other outer senshi are missing. Ranma asked as Makoto and the other girls began filling in what had been happening since he and his counterparts had left this reality months ago. That's right, Makoto replied. Mikaru, Haruka and Hotaru suddenly vanished a few weeks ago and no one had seen them since then. We've gone to their apartment, their workplaces, Hotaru's school and every one of their usual hangouts, but we came up empty. I've been really worried, especially since I've been getting some very disturbing visions in my fire readings. Ray added. What's worse is that we haven't heard from Setsunan. Who's Setsunan? Ranma asked. Oh, that's right. You didn't meet her the last time you were here, Minako said. Ranma thought back to those manga about the Sailor Senshi he had read and then snapped his fingers. Wait a minute. She's Sailor Pluto, right? That's right. How did you know? Usagi asked with surprise. Ranma shrugged as he was a bit embarrassed that all of his knowledge about the senshi came from reading manga. In this world, the senshi were real, but in many other universes, they were just fictional characters in comic books and cartoons. He then gave a nervous laugh and said, well, let's just say that me and the guys have a very good source of information. Hey, speaking of which, how's Prototype? Did he ever say anything about me? Makoto asked eagerly. She had not forgotten the handsome and dashing techno-warrior that by far put her old senpai to shame. Hey, is Kojiro alright? Minako asked. She had never forgotten the powerful and very sexy-looking Nekoken warrior, especially his hybrid form. I wouldn't mind seeing Ranma again, Ray added as she remembered the blind fighter. Ranma became a little nervous as the girls continued to prod him with questions about his counterparts. He began shaking his head while holding up his hands. Whoa! Slow down. Trainer then took a deep breath before informing the girls about the events that had occurred which caused him to be transported back to this universe, in the realm of infinity. Well, it looks like Trainer's going to be busy for a while, Ranma Blue remarked. Ranma Red nodded. Uh-huh. So what say we flash forward in time and see how they do? The other twin nodded as the viewer began switching scenes. 2 days later, in a secluded area of the city park. So these bands will actually increase our senshi powers? Ray asked as she admired the new accessory on her wrist. The other girl also studied the devices as Ranma began explaining to them how to use them. Basically, yes. According to what Prototype told me, these are newer models to the ones we are, the Justice 5 used during our fight with Blodia. Now the first level will increase your powers and physical abilities by a factor of 10. The next level will make you 100 times more powerful. Why don't we just use the 100 times setting to begin with? Usagi asked. Trainer shook his head. But Prototype warned me that it's got to be done gradually or it'll put too much of a strain on your bodies. Heck, just using the Ultra Armor makes the person hyper-metabolic. What does that mean? Usagi asked. Ami nodded as she gave her the answer. It means that your body would burn up thousands of calories within a short time. The girl with the Odagos perked up when she heard this. And that's supposed to be bad? I think that's great. I've been meaning to lose a few pounds. No, that's not good for your body, Ranma said before turning to Mikoto. Remember how hungry you were when you transformed back? Hey, yeah. The tall brunette replied. I was really famished. I couldn't believe how much I ate. Come to think of it, you ate a lot too when you turned back. The other girls nodded as they remembered the feeding frenzy that Ranma and Sailor Jupiter had went into after they had transported to Ray's temple. The food that the Pokemon trainer consumed alone would have fed 100 people. That's one of the reasons why you girls should use these power armor activators only when you need it. Trainer added. You'll burn yourselves out that much quicker if you use them too many times or for too long. But since you girls are at half strength without the outer senshi and with this new enemy, you're going to need all the help and power UPS that you can get. The rest of the group nodded as the youngest member of the senshi asked a question. What about me? Don't I get power armor too? Trainer shook his head as he answered Usagi's daughter from the future. Sorry, but I only brought 6 activators with me. Besides, I'm not too sure if your younger body could take the strain of the Ultra or Mega Armor. Oh, hey, don't worry about it. Tell you what, my Pokemon will be your new partners in battle, okay? Really? Rinny said with excitement as she gave Raiden a big hug. All right. Pikachu. CZAP. The girls and Ranma chuckled a bit as gazed upon a slightly frazzled Chibimu and Ami then gestured to her activator. By the way, what does this switch do? Don't touch that. Trainer warned, causing Ami's finger to quickly retract itself. That's the hyper armor and prototype warned me never to power up to that level. Having your abilities amplified by 1,000 times might be too much for you. He said that it would strain even his body. Hyper armor? Venus repeated with interest. Yeah, but he said that it may prove to be fatal to any other person. Trainer added, making the inner Senshi wince. Don't worry though. I doubt that the enemy we're up against is so powerful that we'd risk that. The Ultra and Mega armor should be more than enough. I hope. The Ranma added silently. In a dark and foreboding place, the two mysterious individuals who were holding the outer Senshi captive were busy scheming out how to defeat this newcomer. Didn't Blodia fight against this silver Senshi before, Shirak? The first one asked the other. He was a tall, reed-thin man with long, raven hair. He was dressed in dark, coarse robes. The second person, a woman with fiery red hair and serpentine eyes, nodded as she replied to her companion. Yes, Mendla. I recall the reports of Blodia's demise. It was said that she possessed great power and many allies as well. I believe they were called the Justice Five. Yes, but this time, she returned alone. There had been no reports of the rest of this Justice Five. Well then, it shouldn't be too much trouble to eliminate her and the inner Senshi, correct? We have the power of the outer Senshi at our disposal. The man gestured to the captive Uranus, Neptune and Saturn as they were slowly being drained by their bonds. In her crystal prison, Sailor Pluto remained in suspended animation. We shall see. Meanwhile, in yet another reality, Protoid sighed as he and his three counterparts ate dinner in the apartment that they were renting. After leaving the Evangelion universe, they had been on their way to collect their missing comrade Trainer, when a certain dragon warrior accidentally bumped the navigational controls and they had once again found themselves off course and in another alternate universe. Fortunately, things seemed to be quiet in this part of the space-time continuity and they were enjoying a little rest period, while the ship regenerated its quantum phase drive. Good Raymond, the blind fighter remarked as he finished off his bowl. Yeah, and I'd have to admit that this universe is a lot quieter than what we usually end up in, Kojiro agreed. By the way, Prototype, did you find out about that Sodom guy who lives next door? Draco asked. Yeah. Kazuya has no relation to us or any Ranma Sodom in this world. He's a nice guy though and a promising engineering student. He's even building his own automaton. Automaton? The Catfist fighter asked. Robot. The technological Ranma answered casually. I saw it. Cute, but primitive by my standards. He calls that mechanical squid of his. What was it again? Oh yeah. He calls it Icaria. He's pretty absent-minded though and really clueless. He doesn't even know that someone's got it in for him. What? You mean that weirdo that we saw earlier? The blind Ranma shuddered at the memory of that Nanbara freak. His very being was so twisted, he made Kuno look like the pinnacle of sanity. Yeah. He tried to slip a virus into Kazuya's computer, but I managed to catch it and redirected it to another location on the internet. Where did you send it? Oh, to this address. Since we're not going to be here for long, I figured that whatever happens here won't hurt anyone, and at that moment, they heard the doorbell ring. Prototype assumed that it was some salesman or such and went to answer the door. When he opened it, he saw that it was some female delivery person with her cap pulled down low over her head. Package for Mr. Sodom. Huh? I don't remember ordering. Prototype said as the woman pressed a package into his hands. It was about the size of a shoebox and was quite heavy. Please sign here, the woman said as she held out a form and a pen. But lady, I'm trying to say. Hey, Prototype, who is it? Draco called out. Prototype turned his head and replied, it's some delivery person, and he then turned back to the door. Sorry, but he stopped when he saw that the woman had suddenly disappeared, leaving him with the box in his hands. Prototype shrugged as he turned back to his counterparts as the dragon warrior got up from the table and went over to him. So what is that? Draco asked as he took the box and looked at it. I don't know, the techno warrior replied as he read the label. Never heard of Cyberdyne before. I don't remember ordering anything though. Well, whatever it is, it's pretty heavy. I wonder what's in it. Doesn't matter. I'll just put return to sender on the label and mail it back. At that moment, the top of the box made a soft tapping sound as something inside it began knocking against the lid. Then a tiny voice was heard. Please let me out. It's dark in here. Huh? Both Ranmas looked down at the box as the other two stood up and went over to them. What's in the box? Kojiro asked, his natural feline curiosity now aroused. Best way to find out is to open it, Ranma said simply. Draco looked at Prototype, who shrugged before nodding. Though he could have used his infrared and X-ray vision to see inside the package, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to open it. Kojiro lent a helping hand, or in this case, a helping claw, by making a casual swipe at it with an index finger. The top of the box was cleanly sliced open and Draco carefully lifted the lid to peer inside. Thank you, the tiny voice said as a pair of eyes peered back at him. Whoa! It's alive! The dragon warrior was a bit startled as he threw out the box. Yay! The blind Ranma detected the sudden panic as his seventh sense began tracking the falling package. Unfortunately, Draco had been standing near the door, which led to the stairway. Since they were on the second floor, whatever was in that box would be smashed on the street below. Reacting quickly, he pinpointed the source of the tiny scream, took out his battle staff and extended it. G-R-E-D. A small object landed on the end of his weapon and held on tight. The remainder of the box's contents landed hard on the concrete and broke apart. Ranma looked down the length of the male Amazon's staff and his eyes widened. Hello? What do we have here? He extended a hand and began emitting an anti-gravity field, which levitated the object off the pole's end and brought it into the apartment. It was then set gently onto the dining table as the four Ranmas crowded around. Cyberdalme smiled as she dusted off her maid outfit and gave her new owners a polite bow. "Thank you for saving me." The four martial artists could only stare at the 6-inch tall and very perky little girl, with a very well-developed figure and a somewhat sexy-looking outfit. A few days later. "Whoa!" Sailor Venus yelped as she dodged a barrage of energy bolts. The monster that had popped up, while she was on a shopping spree with Makoto and Trainer, was unlike anything they had encountered before. The thing seemed to be unstoppable, and whatever attacks that were thrown against it would be reflected back at them. The creature looked like some huge mirror. Nearby, Sailor Jupiter and the Silver Senshi were running interference, as the blonde Senshi decided that it was time to up the ante. Her normal light-based attacks were useless, as the thing could absorb and reflect them back at her. She decided to find out if the thing had an upper limit as to how much energy it could bounce back. She held up her arm with the activator band and called out her transformation phrase. "Ultra Armor Energized." Sailor Venus was immediately engulfed in a pillar of light and began floating above the ground. Her Senshi costume began taking on a metallic sheen as armor components appeared and attached themselves to her body. A kind of visor that resembled her old Sailor V mask appeared and fitted itself in front of her eyes. Her usual white gloves were replaced with metal arm bracers, and her orange footwear became stylish mid-calf boots. A flowing short cape of gold appeared on her back, attached to triangular shoulder pads. Sailor Venus. Armor energized too. In addition to her change in wardrobe, her physical body began accelerating its body chemistry and cellular structure. Her figure became more curved and Minako gained 3 inches in height. Her bust size gained more than 3 inches. Her entire body became more bouncy as she pirouetted once in the air before striking a pose with her arms crossed in a background of stars. Sailor Starlight. The cameraman of the TV news groups, plus every male viewer in Japan, were in the danger of drowning in their own drool. The newly transformed Sailor Venus leapt high and crossed her arms in front of her. Strobes of light appeared about her and took shape, resembling crystal shards. The point ends were all directed at her foe. Venus. Crystal Light Storm. She swung her arms outward, sending a barrage of energy projectiles at her opponent. However, these weapons were more solid than her previous light constructs, and the monster was unable to absorb them as they plowed into it. Its polished surface cracked apart like cheap glass, and all the energy it had collected in the battle was released in one huge explosion. Sailor Starlight landed beside her comrades and took a victory pose. Breaking that mirror was 7 years' bad luck for his master. At another time, Sailor Mercury was considered the weakest, physically, among the inner Senshi, but she was also considered the most intellectual. and right now her high IQ was telling her that she was no match against her enemy at her current power level. The Yuma that Shirata had sent to destroy the library was a walking computer. Its movements were precisely calculated to use minimum amount of energy for maximum destruction. It had been a fortunate thing that Amy was there doing a school research project. The monster laughed as it easily calculated the power of Sailor Mercury's water-based attacks and countered them with power shields and energy blasts. Her freezing powers were just as useless since the walking computer had heating coils to melt ice projectiles and kept it from freezing. Mercury's visor and computer couldn't penetrate the disruption fields it was producing to find its weak spot. Time to see if this thing works. Amy held up her power armor activator. Ultra armor energized. A brilliant explosion of light enveloped the brainy Senshi as she began her transformation. Her body did not undergo quite a dramatic change as Venus and Jupiter's had, but she became more curved and her thin limbs became streamlined. Her entire figure was willowy and she moved with more grace. She also gained 2 inches in height and her short, blue hair came a bit longer and more lustrous. Sailor Mercury. Armor energized too. Armor units began affixing themselves to her, including a far more sophisticated computer visor, which resembled a kind of virtual reality helmet. Think of Silphamon from Digimon. Season 2. The new headpiece had more advanced circuits than her old visor and computer combined. Miniaturized freeze cannons, which were powered by her augmented abilities, appeared on her shoulders, mounted on new epaulets. The rest of her Senshi costume was enhanced with crystalline armor plates. Sailor Ice Tech. The Yuma winced as its computer brain analyzed this new development. Its foe's power levels had just taken a drastic increase and was now more than a match for it. Sailor Ice Tech landed in front of her enemy and began analyzing it. The transformation had taken into account of Sailor Mercury's best traits and improved on them, giving her augmented water and ice powers, and a more advanced sensor array. She easily found the creature's weak point through her new visor as the built-in computer began giving options. The new and improved Sailor Mercury thrust out her hands and released shards of ice at her foe. She also released a dense and cold fog to serve as a distraction. As the monster brought up its shields to deflect the barrage, Sailor Ice Tech thrust her fist into the air. Mercury Ice Geyser. The ground beneath the Yuma exploded upward as a pillar of ice shot up and engulfed it, trapping it inside a frozen prison. The Yuma found itself suspended some 50 feet above the ground and encased in solid ice. Sailor Ice Tech smiled. Through her new visor, she had learned that her foe's underside was its weak point since its protective shielding did not extend beyond the ground. Now it was nothing more than a frozen sitting duck as she prepared to finish it off. The freeze cannons on her shoulders powered up as she took aim. Mercury Ice Storm Blasters. Fire! The weapons discharged hundreds of bolts of ice, which hit like armor-piercing shells. Once they embedded themselves into their target, they began emitting more freezing energy, which caused the computer monster to ice up and become brittle. One final burst from her ice storm blasters, and the fiend exploded into millions of ice cubes. Though the use of excessive force was against her nature, Amy had to admit that she had never vanquished a foe so thoroughly before, and that her new abilities were a lot more effective than the old Sailor Mercury's. Besides, she liked her new look. Another day. How dare you threaten? Oof. Sailor Mars went sprawling after being struck by the Yuma that was threatening to reduce her family's shrine to cinders. This particular monster was like some grotesque, medieval knight with heat-resistant armor and a flame lance. It was over 12 feet tall and was shrugging off her best flame attacks and retaliated with even hotter blasts. The tip of its weapon could scorch concrete, and with the shrine being made of only wood and rice paper, the Yuma would make it go up like kindling. Fortunately, the Silver Senshi arrived on the scene and released her water Pokemon Sea Storm. The Golduck immediately began throwing up psychic barriers to keep the flames from spreading, as well as using his water gun attacks to put out the blazes. "Leave this hothead to me, Sailor Mars," Trainer said as she helped rate her feet. However, the Senshi of Fire still had her pride as she pushed away her friend. "I can't handle this jerk. But just make sure that the fire doesn't touch my grandfather's shrine. It's time for the new Sailor Mars." She held up her power armor activator and shouted out her transformation phrase. "Ultra Armor energized." The Silver Senshi had to step back as the transformation process began. Like the other inner Senshi, Rei was engulfed in a bright strobe of light, which turned crimson as her Sailor Mars outfit became more robust and shiny. A metal breastplate replaced the red bout on her chest as new arm bracers fit themselves over her white gloves. Her tiara morphed into a stylish headpiece which framed her face like a helmet. Two scarlet metal boots with high heels were fitted on her feet. Sailor Mars. Armor energized too. Red gemstones appeared on each side of her belt, shoulder pads and boots. Streams of flame appeared between them, giving the appearance of wings. Think of Shayla from El Hazard. Sailor Mars, now taller, buffer, and a lot sexier looking, struck a pose in front of a background of a large erupting volcano. Sailor Fire burst. The Flame Knight now found himself outclassed as the enhanced Sailor Mars suddenly burned like a solar flare and became surrounded by an aura of flame. Mars Inferno Charge. The Senshi shot forward like a flaming comet and struck the Yuma dead center in the chest with her elbow. She kept on going and blasted through the Yuma, leaving a gaping hole in its torso. The creature gave one final scream of anguish before disintegrating into a pile of embers. Rei gave off a happy cry of victory as she struck a pose. "And I thought I was hot stuff before." Ranma and Sea Storm could only look at her with huge sweat drops behind their heads. Back in the other universe, HMM. Ranma commented as he used his optic scanners to give May's systems a once-over. A cybernetic bironoid with an anatomically correct, pseudo-organic outer shell. Her inner mechanisms are impressive, though still not up to par to what I've seen. Whoever made her is far more advanced than anyone else on Earth. Besides me. Could be improved. Sailor Senshi Universe. HMMM. This may be more difficult than we thought. Sharot commented. Yes. We may need to up the ante and give more power to our creations. Mendel agreed. Of course, that means that we drain more power from the outer senshi to do so. That might kill them. A small price to pay. Agreed. The bonds that were holding the outers captive increased in intensity, causing them to scream out in more pain as the two conspirators used their energies to create another of their minions. The other universe. After Cyberdoll Maytag played back her customary introduction, stating her make, model, and copyrights, she gave a polite bow to her new owners. I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Sodom. She then noted that there were 4, nearly identical Ranmas. Excuse me, but which one of you is Mr. Ranma Sodom? Draco, Protoid and B. Ranma raised their hands. Kojiro, of course, never answered to that name. Seeing the confused look on the Cyberdoll's face, Prototype nodded as he explained. Oh, I guess since I was the one that sent that email, I would be the one that you want. He then began pointing to his counterparts. This is Kojiro, Draco, and Ranma. Ranma? But I thought you were Ranma? May said, getting even more confused. Well, technically speaking, I am, but I go by the name of Prototype to avoid confusion. Okay, Master Prototype. Oh, and one more thing. Yes, Master Prototype. You can drop the Master bit. Alright. How about Sir Prototype? Mumber, Mr. Prototype? Pass. Lord Prototype? The technological Ranma held up a hand. Just Prototype will be fine. Okay. May then file that information away. Thank you. The only ones who call me Master are my carebots. Carebots? Ranma nodded as he turned to the open front door and gave a sharp whistle on a very specific pitch. This sound was received by his ship, which was cloaked nearby. The hatch opened slightly and a squat, round shape that looked like a metal bug jetted out of the craft. Once the hatch closed, the machine then sped up the stairs and into the apartment. Cyberdoll May stared at the automaton as it came to the table, and extended its top half on a sleek, telescoping body. Two slender arms popped out and the right appendage smartly saluted its creator. A number 1 was imprinted on the top of its head. Carebot Unit 1 is online. How may I serve you, Master? May continued to stare as Ranma gestured the Carebot to her. Unit 1, meet. May. Back in the other universe. WHHHHHH. Sailor Moon jumped to throw while being shot at by some huge monster with huge fangs and a lot of spikes on its back. Don't worry, Sailor Moon. Sailor Chibai Moon and her elemental allies will save you. Usagi's daughter took a dramatic pose on top of a nearby street lamp, while holding out a pokeball. Beside her, Raiden sighed out a mushroom puff. Ever since his master had told him and the other Pokemon to be Rinne's partners, the Sailor Senshi in training had been getting too much into this. Most of the time, the Pokemon had to save her from her own worst enemy, namely herself. Sea Storm. I choose Y. Whoa! The pink-haired girl was about to throw the Pokeball with a fancy one-handed toss, like the way Makoto did with her sparkling Y-pressure attack, but she slipped off her perch and landed face first into a trash can. Her legs went flailing about as she tried to get herself out, but that was when the Yuma decided to advance on her. No! Sailor Moon cried out as she gathered up her courage and acted to save her future offspring. She held up her power band and, Ultra Armor energized. Sailor Moon was levitated off the ground and was surrounded by an nimbus of light. She spun and pirouetted while her long ponytails flared out. Her Sailor Senshi costume became more robust as her figure increased in size and curves. Her tiara was replaced with a more ornate headdress with angelic wings and a visor. On her back, the wings merged together to form a semi-transparent cape with a star design. Her gloves took on a metallic sheen as liquid metal melded itself to them. Her boots became sleeker, and a belt with a star-shaped buckle formed on her waist. Sailor Moon. Armor energized too. On her right hip, a two-handed, double-edged, short sword and scabbard appeared. The weapon's handguard was in the shape of a heart with a white gemstone embedded into it. The transformed Senshi drew the weapon and made several graceful swings and thrusts with it, leaving trails of stardust. She ended the transformation in a pose with the sword held high. Sailor Moonblade. The Yuma could only stare as Sailor Moonblade held her sword straight up and focused her newly increased powers. The blade flared with light as she called out her attack phrase, Moon. Light Cutter. She then sent the sword down in a graceful arc. Though she was more than 100 feet away, the light being projected from the weapon lashed out and cut the Yuma in half. The monster let off a final scream before exploding into tiny fragments, which then faded away. At this time, Sailor Chibi Moon pulled herself out of the trash can. Okay. Now you wield the force of my elemental. The pink-haired girl stopped in mid-speech as she saw that the enemy had already been destroyed. Sailor Moonblade could only stare at her new weapon, which made Sailor Uranus' weapon look like nothing. A few days later, I am Sailor Moon, the champion of justice. I am Sailor Mars. I am Sailor Jupiter. I am Sailor Mercury. I am Sailor Venus. I am Sailor Chibi Moon. We are the Sailor Senshi, and in the name of love and justice, we shall punish you. All the inner Senshi said together while taking up a group pose. They then made some fancy hand movements and prepared to use their power bands. Ultra Armor. Guys, Sailor Silver Star said. What? Sailor Moon asked as she and the others were about to use their Ultra Armor. They had seen the abilities that their new foes had displayed and had decided that more power was needed. I'm done, Trainer stated. Huh? The other girls said with confusion. I said, I'm done. She gestured to the piles of ash that now littered the landscape. You're done. The inner Senshi couldn't believe it. Weren't there 5 huge monsters rampagging all over the place a minute ago? You guys really should shorten those intros. I swear they take longer than the battles. Trainer shrugged as she walked off. A moment later, there was tremendous face fault by the inner Senshi. Back in that other universe. You did what? Draco asked in disbelief. Well, I kind of thought that may needed to be improved. Prototype replied nonchalantly. Her energy consumption rate was too inefficient, and I saw how nervous you and Kojiro were when we had to hack into her USB port to recharge her. It figures that it would be located there. Therefore, I just installed a miniaturized proton core, so she'll have more energy to spare. And I also gave her a few basic upgrades like a power strength booster, a speed enhancer and some defensive capabilities. I mean, what's the harm? Cyberdoll Sarah was furious when she had discovered that Prototype was delinquent on his payments for May, which totaled $1,450,000. Of course, if she had mentioned it to the technological Ranma during the delivery, instead of going off to stuff her face with ramen, he would have paid it easily. However, Sarah had assumed that it was time to retrieve the mini-unit, and when she saw me walking down the street with Carebot Unit 1 on a shopping trip, "Ha! This will be too easy," Sarah thought as she snuck up behind them. "I've got you." Yay! May screamed. "What the? Wham! 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 Bam! Crash! Crunch! Unit May, do you require assistance?" The Carebot had been ready to unleash its own weaponry, but as soon as Sarah made a grab for May, the little cyberdoll spun around, grasped Sarah by her index finger and slammed her repeatedly into the pavement. In addition to her new power core and strength booster, which amplified her lifting power by a factor of 500, May had also been programmed with judo moves. After beating Sarah down, she then let loose with 50,000 volts of electricity from her hands, making the larger cyberdoll light up like a Christmas tree. Apparently, May can now do more than just replace the TV remote. "That's all right, Carebot." May then bowed to Sarah. "Please forgive me. You scared me." As the two left, Cyberdoll Sarah was still seeing stars while she laid on her back, sparking and smoking in several places. Her silver hair was frazzled and she had a glazed look on her face. I scared her. A few days later, at the apartment complex known as Kasumi House, and I don't mean the Tendo Dojo, the 4 Ranmas were discussing their plans. "Do you think Trainer's alright? I mean, it's been about 2 weeks since we last saw him," Draco asked. "He's alright. I can feel it," Ranma said. "I wish I had a 7th sense," Kojiro remarked. "I'm pretty sure that he's doing fine," Prototype assured. "He's got the upgraded power bands and his Pokemon. And remember, he's no pushover either. If I know him, he's probably running around as the Silver Senshi again. And with the new versions of the Ultra and Mega armors, I'm certain that he'll still be there by the time we return. Okay. By the way, did you make any more upgrades to May? As a matter of fact, I did. I figured that she needed some more weaponry, so I installed a miniature repulsor wave blaster. Purely for self-defense, of course. Oh, I haven't fine-tuned it yet. Hey BOM. Unit May, are you alright? Carebot Unit 1 asked. He and Unit 2 are currently with their master's newest servant. The little cyber doll was pulling herself out of the depression in the wall she had made when the recoil of her blaster had sent her flying back. Erg. I'm okay, May replied as she dusted the debris off her maid outfit. Fortunately, Ranma had also installed a force field projector, which had cushioned the cyber doll from the impact. The two Carebots looked in the direction to where May's assailant had been repelled. There were seraph-shaped holes in the walls of several buildings, indicating her trajectory after being hit by May's blaster. Sarah regained consciousness in a heap of rubble a block away. That can't be the same G99 we sent to Sodom. The Raymond scarfing cyber doll decided that a different approach was needed. A day later, cyber doll Reno was having the time of her life as she rode Kojiro's back. It was quite a sight to see a saber-toothed tiger racing through the streets of the city. Later that day, Sarah gritted her teeth as she received a message from the retrieval unit, stating that she wasn't going to repossess cyber doll May, because she was a friend of her tiger. Okay, let's try another approach. Another day later, Ranma smirked as he gazed upon the very attractive cyber doll Kay as she moved her piece. The two were engaged in a very intense game of shogi as the other Ranmas watched, Rena and May watched. Cyber doll Kay was certain that she would win. After all, she had every mathematical and scientific fact input into her brain. In simple human terms, she had an IQ of 50,000. Her opponent was just human. What she didn't know was that the Ranmas in the room already knew that she was a cyber doll. Kojiro and his blind counterpart could tell by her scent. Draco had used an searing spell. As for Ranma, his sensors were far more advanced than even Kay's. His nanites had also given her sensors false readings so that she believed he was only human. I must warn you, that I shall have you in checkmate in 3 moves, Kay told Prototype. Well then, I guess I'd better do this. The technological Ranma moved his piece into a new position. Checkmate. Kay's glasses became fogged, her head tilted at an angle and her mouth gaped open. What's with her? Ranma asked. Ranma shrugged. I guess her CPU didn't catch that maneuver and she's trying to process how she lost. She may be programmed with all the right moves, but it's the sneaky moves that really count. Looks like we've got another cyber doll in the house. Meanwhile, Back in the other universe, Ranko, as Sailor Silver Star, dodged the blasts from Shirak and Mendela's latest creation. The Inner Senshi, in their ultra-armor suits, also found it difficult to defend themselves against their newest foe. Backed by the powers of their outer Senshi, the Yuma had more than enough energy to withstand their strongest attacks. Even the combined attacks of the Ranma's Pokemon weren't enough to pierce the armored hide of the gigantic monster, which looked like some hideous lizard with cybernetic implants. Trainer's comrades could do nothing but protect Sailor Chibamoon from the beast's attacks. Looks like it's time to up the ante. The Pokemon trainer raised her power band and shouted, "Mega Armor energized!" With the new upgrades, the Ranma's new Mega Armor took on a more robust look. Shiny new shoulder pads fitted themselves onto the sides of her breastplate. A more stylish headpiece and visor replaced the one she had worn previously. New shin guards appeared and attached themselves to the tops of her boots. 8 crystal wings sprouted from her back and acted as energy collectors as she began channeling her powers. Sailor Silver Star armor energized too. Sailor Nova, holding up her hands above her head, the Pokemon trainer focused her ki and began forming a yellow-orange globe. The sphere began expanding in size, and soon it was as big as a house. She then thrust her hands forward and aimed the ball at her target. Nova. Cosmic Cannon. The ball of energy erupted into a huge hyper beam attack and lanced toward the monster. However, the beast held up its arms and formed a rectangular barrier to stop the attack from hitting it. Sailor Nova continued to fire, straining the shield to its limit. "She will not defeat our creation," Mendela snorted. "Yes," Shirak agreed. "We had studied Blodia's defeat and had this creation specially prepared against the Silver Senshi's strongest attack. A particular monster will absorb any energy and become even more powerful." Incomplete. 1. I just saw the first few episodes of Ranma and I liked it. And in this case, they will be joining our intrepid group on their journey through dimensions. 2. Remember that blind Ranma does not go by the name of Kobe until they meet up with the original Ranma. Chapter 11 Chapter 7 The Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. My disclaimer lies over the ocean. My disclaimer lies over the sea. My disclaimer lies over the ocean. Oh, bring back my disclaimer to me. Kojiro, Ranma from Catfist Fury. Kojiro, the Ranma. Ranma from Dragon Child. Draco, the Ranma. Ranma from Fist of the Pikachu. Trainer, the Ranma. Ranma from Ranma Prototype. B. Ranma. Ranma from Fighting Blind. Koga. Ranma. Ranma Sodom from Ranma 1/2. Thoughts, computer responses, Chinese language note. This story takes place somewhere before the 30th volume or so of the manga. Chapter 7 The Final Destination Universe YKF 123,453. Red 5. You've turned off your targeting computer. Is something wrong? Mumber, nothing's wrong. It's just that I had no need for such a device. Ranma wondered why he kept on hearing Obi-Wan Kenobi's voice in his head. Use the Force, Ranma. Let yourself go. Behind him, Darth Vader was intrigued at how the enemy X-Wing was dodging his attempts to shoot it down. The way it bobbed back and forth. It was almost as if the pilot knew when and where he was going to shoot. The Force is very strong with this one. Unfortunately, Ranma had to concentrate on hitting the exhaust port, so he was forced to focus his senses forward. He winced as his sixth sense went off. He had just slipped into Vader's gun sights. I have you now. That was when a laser bolt took out his right wingman. What? Got you. The Millennium Falcon came streaking out of nowhere and fired off another laser bolt. Vader's other wingman slammed into him and sent him spinning off into space. Han Solo shouted into his communicator. You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home. Ranma nodded as his senses picked up the exhaust port and he launched his proton torpedoes. At the same moment, nearby in his cloaked ship, Ranma activated his teleporter and exchanged Ranma for an injured Luke Skywalker. The X-Wing was sent off on autopilot back to Yavin 4 with the Millennium Falcon and the surviving rebel fighters. The cruiser then decloaked and waited. The Death Star went up like a supernova and the quantum fields it produced reactivated the phase drive. The cruiser then was thrown into the dimensional nexus. Somewhere in reality. Well done. They pulled it off. The second hooded figure nodded. When that energy bolt hit R2-D2, it also knocked Luke Skywalker out. Good thing those five managed to exchange him for the one Ranma who could access the Force. Well, like Ben Kenobi told Luke, your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them. As if the Amazon Ranma ever did. He chuckled a bit. So, they've already saved several realities now. Do you think it's time? Yes. It is time. Universe EXE-1212. Great shot, Ranma. That was 1 in a million. Ranma said. Thanks. Ranma said. So what now? Well, I got some good news for a change. The technological Ranma said as he sat down at the console. The Death Star's destruction had provided us with enough power for the Kyrian crystal to produce not one, but 2 quantum fields. You mean, we can jump again? Draco asked. You bet. And since this universe isn't our own, we can leave immediately instead of waiting a week for the phase drive to power up again. And here's some more good news. I think we may have a way of tracking down our own universes. Really? Kojiro said excitedly. Yes. Our Amazon friends' enhanced senses may be the key. I've modified the ship's sensor arrays to boost the range and sensitivity of his metaphysical senses. He'll be able to pick up the psychic trails of our spiritual essences. We might be able to backtrack all the way to the point where we were thrown into the dimensional nexus in the first place. At the very least, we'll be able to narrow down our search to universes in which other versions of ourselves exist. So we'll only be going to Ranma universes? Ranma asked. You got it. It gets even better. Look at this. He touched a control and a monitor swung down from above. This special viewer will allow us to see what a dimension is like without us having to enter it. I just finished it today. We can travel down the space-time continuum without having to randomly interfere with those realities and accidentally upsetting them. I'd like to avoid picking up another version of us. No offense, trainer. None taken. The Ranma assured then asked, so let me get this straight. We'll be able to jump back into the Nexus and be able to see only Ranma universes? Right. And sooner or later, we're bound to come across 5 realities of Ranma universes without a Ranma. They'd have to be our home realities. But what about realities in which Ranma had died? Draco asked. Yeah. How are we going to know if those realities aren't ours? Kojiro asked. We avoid those with the viewer. We'll be able to look into the reality without having to enter the dimensional interface to those worlds. Ranma said. This sounds too good to be true. Ranma said. He couldn't wait to get back to that Pokemon world and earn his next badge. He had also missed the company of Sam and Jeanette. Of course, traveling with 4 other versions of himself had not been boring. Well, let's do it. Ranma said as he took his place in the seat beside Ranma. Somewhere else in reality. No. It's too soon for them to go home. The first cloaked person said. I know. It looks like we're going to have to steer them toward their goal again. So how are we going to do it? Let me see. How about this? The second person told the first person of his plan. The first person nodded and set the plan into motion. Now traveling down the space-time continuum, the 4 of the Ranmas were in awe as they watched images on the viewer as they passed by different points of the dimensional nexus. At the console, Ranma was wearing a helmet-like device as he guided the ship across and counted realities. The images being displayed on the screen were also being transmitted to his helmet so he could see them in his mind. Check it out. Looks like we're not the only Ranmas to do the superhero thing. Kojiro commented. On the screen was a brief image of a Ranma that held up his hand and said, TRIFORC transformation. In an instant, that Ranma became the Hyrule Knight. The screen then changes to a Ranma in a green uniform with a strange-looking ring. Who's that? Ranma asked. Ranma read the report on an adjacent monitor. As they passed by each world, the computer would record the coordinates of each reality and scan it briefly for future reference. In that reality, Ranma is the Green Lantern of Sector 2184. Green Lantern? Ranma asked. They're kind of like the Galaxy Police and they safeguard the universe from intergalactic threats. How about that one? Kojiro pointed to another Ranma who was piloting a mecha with long blades attached to its forearms. That one is a Gundam pilot. And that one? Trainer asked. That one drives a core robot against some dictator named Rara. Apparently those robots can only be piloted by females. But since he's cursed to become a girl like you, he's able to use it in either male or female form. Interesting. Whoa! Check out the ego on that one, Kojiro remarked. Ranma looked at the readouts and shuddered at the power levels. Whew! That one was the disciple of some demon sorcerer named Dark Schneider. I'm glad we didn't come to his universe. Pikachu? Raiden gestured to another image. That Raiden is when Ranma's bones had been fused to some kind of indestructible metal called adamantium. He was also given claws. Man, I thought my claws looked wicked. Kojiro whistled. How about those two? HMMM. Whoa! And I thought the power levels on Dark Schneider's disciple were high. Those are twin Ranmas that gain near godlike abilities. Dog yuck. What about that one? Kojiro asked. It seems that this Ranma has someone named Ryoga as his adopted brother. Kojiro and Ranma moaned. They remembered their encounters with Ryoga. As the images continued to pass by, the five realized just how enormous their task was. Despite the fact that they were now only viewing universes where different versions of themselves existed, they had no idea just how many variations of Ranma Shodown there were in reality. After viewing several hundred separate universes, the five were about to despair in ever finding their worlds when Ranma cried out in triumph. I found them. The four other Ranmas crowded around the viewer as the ship moved toward a section of the Nexus that displayed images of 5 different worlds. That's my home, Kojiro exclaimed as he saw the images of Bastet, several members of the Feline clan and Izuku. Draco nodded as he saw EKO, CKO, BKO, Shojin and the 4 Dragon Kings. Trainer was playfully tossing his Pikachu into the air as he saw Sam and Jeanette heading toward the Fasha Gym. Ranma smiled as he recognized the psychic impressions from his home at Pepper's place and that of his Amazon relatives, Cologne, Shampoo and Jasmine. Ranma was satisfied at the readouts as well as seeing Nagi, Ryoko, Kyo and Mihashi. We made it. We're home. Kojiro shouted excitedly. Confirmed, the Nanodic martial artist declared. The energy traces here match those found when Draco, Ranma, Kojiro and myself were first pulled in. At later traces when Trainer joined us. I had no idea that the Pokemon world where we picked him up was so close to our own realities. So what now? Draco asked. I mean, how do we explain to our family and friends for being gone for so long? It's been 8 months since we started. No problem. We can simply write down the timelines of each reality and drop each Ranma off at about a few seconds after they left. It will be like you never left at all. Ranma said. Awesome. Kojiro remarked. I can't wait to see you again. That's good. Ranma said. I was about to lead the girls in a martial arts gymnastics meet against Kodakai. I've missed my mom and Kizura, Draco said. I've got a soul badge to win, Ranma declared. Pikachu. I can finally get those parts I wanted before this whole thing started, Ranma said while shaking his head and smiling. Oh, it looks like my ship is going to need a major overhaul and get rearmed. You guys used up all my ordnance and all that dimension hopping put my engines through the ringer. Who cares? The main thing is that we get to go home. Ranma said. You got that right. I'm now recording the coordinates for each universe. Though just remember, since we can only enter a universe, then wait a week before leaving it. I think it would be best if we headed to my universe first. Why not one of ours? Ranma asked. Actually, it's quite simple. The parts to fully repair my quantum phase drive exist in my reality. If I can get it to become fully operational, then we won't have to wait at least a week each time for it to generate a quantum field. There's an intergalactic genius named Lashu living on my Earth, and I'm pretty sure that she can help repair my phase drive. I'll be able to drop each of you off in no time after that. Sounds good to me. Ranma agreed. I guess that would work. Kojiro said. The other two Ranmas nodded in agreement as Ranma nodded and began activating the quantum phase drive. In that pocket of reality. Ready? Ready. Now! Inside the ship, the 5 Ranmas braced themselves as their craft began to enter the nexus point where Ranma's universe was located. That was when a huge bolt of quantum energy knocked the cruiser off course and sent it tumbling toward another nexus point. Kojiro, Draco and Trainer were thrown from their seats and fell into a pile on the floor of the pilot's cabin. OW. What's going on? The catfist fighter shouted. Ranma gritted his teeth as he fought to regain control of his craft. Damn it. We've been hit by a quantum surge. It's throwing us off course. No. We were so close. Trainer screamed. Get the United States back there. Too late. Ranma gritted as the cruiser disappeared into the Nexus. Meanwhile, the hooded figures shook their heads as they watched the cruiser reappear into the universe they had been aiming for, and was now hurtling like a blazing meteor toward the Earth. I really hated doing that. The first one said. I know. But it had to be done. The second one said. We'll take care of them after they had completed their final mission. I really don't like manipulating them like this. I feel like we're no better than Sailor Pluto. Yeah, well, unlike her, those 5 will be able to fulfill their own destinies after this. It's this Ranma's life, in which we have to interfere with, if all of reality is to survive. Alright. Just because we have to do this, doesn't mean that I have to like it. Blue. The first figure lowered his head, revealing the face of Ranma. The second person did likewise, also revealing the face of Ranma. Both Ranmas were identical in appearance, though both appeared to be in their late 30s. One wore a red band to hold his ponytail up while the other had a blue-colored one. Ranma Blue nodded as he said, I'm not too crazy about this myself, Red. But like you said before, the Kami weren't done with us after that Dark World business. Unfortunately, due to the rules of Kami-sama, we're not allowed to directly interfere. We're only allowed to choose our own champions and hope that these guys will be able to steer this Ranma onto the right course. Ranma Red nodded. Each of these Ranmas has an aspect that our Ranma lacks. And if that Earth is to survive, then it is imperative that this one lives. Those 5 have their work cut out for them. Ranma Blue shook his head. This Ranma is so much like we were when we were one person. Meanwhile, in a suburb of Tokyo called Nirima, Ranma, come back here. I worked all day on this and you're going to eat it. Ran-chan, I made this okonomiyaki just for you. Aaron, come and eat too. To delicious ramen. Ranma Sodom, age 16 and cursed to turn into a girl when splashed with cold water, ran for his life. He knew that eating any one of the girls' cooking would be hazardous to his health. Eating Akan's cooking would have been akin to suicide, and eating the delicious foods of his other two fiancés would be no better, as a certain uncouth tomboy would bash him anyway for not eating the toxic concoction she claimed to be sukiyaki. Ranma was pretty sure that sukiyaki was not supposed to be able to continuously change colors. He also recalled that sukiyaki was not supposed to move. The chase ran through the entire downtown area of Tokyo before heading back toward the Tendo home. Sitting on the back porch, Ranma and Sun were playing one of their many games of shogi. Kasumi was busy hanging up the wash while Nebiki was watching television in the living room. Just as the chase was about to end up into a violent free-for-all when Ranma and the girls came near the house, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked toward the sky as they heard a loud whine. They all gasped as they saw a fiery object plummeting toward the house. The citizens of Nirima also looked up and saw what appeared to be a fiery meteor. But many paid it little mind. Ever since Ranma and his father had come to Japan, they had grown used to the craziness that had become commonplace. Look out! Ranma screamed as he dove to push the 3 girls out of the way from where the object was going to land, which seemed to be right in the middle of the Tendo's backyard. Inside the cruiser, Ranma struggled against high G-forces to prevent them from crashing. He then interfaced with the ship's systems. Computer, activate emergency inertial dampers and braking thrusters. Affirmative. The ship began to throw off the heat of re-entry as the forward braking thrusters fired. The nose of the ship began to level off. As soon as the craft became horizontal, the belly thrusters fired, slowing down the cruiser even more. Unfortunately, the cloaking field had been damaged by the quantum surge, so the ship was visible. The descent became controlled as the ship decelerated. Then, the cruiser's landing gear came out as Ranma guided his ship toward a suitable landing area. He saw a large, empty lot behind the Tendo dojo and set his cruiser down to it. He sighed in relief as the ship touched the ground, then shut down the engines. At the Tendo home, Nebiki was wide-eyed as she saw a veritable gold mine land in her lap. Aliens had just landed and she could just see the ensigns. She ran out with a camera to begin taking pictures and stake her claim on this ticket to untold wealth. At the same time, Ranma, Sun and Kasumi joined Ranma and the 3 girls as they rushed to the empty lot. They all crowded at the edge of the landing area and stared at the gleaming craft that had just appeared in their lives. No one said a word as they gazed at it in silence. It was then that the hatch opened up and they began to hear very familiar voices. "Not one of your smoothest landings, prototype. Hey, like the saying goes, any landing you can walk away from is a good one. More like any landing you can survive. Come on, guys. We have to get out of here. Yeah, we might as well see where we ended up this time." Pikachu. As the 5 Ranmas exited the ship, they stopped in their tracks as they beheld some familiar figures. Most of them were already acquainted with the Tendo family, Yukio and Shampoo. However, their gaze became fixated on the pig-tailed martial artist in front of them. In the background, we can hear the original opening theme song of the Ranma 1/2 series sometime later. "This is too much for even me to swallow," Ranma said as he and the others looked at 5 nearly identical versions of himself sat across from them in the Tendo living room. 4 of them were over 6 feet, while the one with an oversized mouse perched on his shoulder was only 2 inches or so taller. Their eyes all reflected the same gray-blue of his own, but they all seemed to be harder and more experienced. Their forms were far more muscular and they seemed to radiate a combined power level that made all of his most powerful opponents and rivals seem insignificant, like minor itches to be scratched. The tallest Ranma appeared to be the oldest of all of them. His face had sharply defined, chiseled features and he seemed to express a form of confidence born from long experience. He seemed to say to them, "Been everywhere, done everything, 10 times over." The one next to him seemed to emit a kind of otherworldliness that set him on edge. When he looked into his eyes, he flinched a bit when he saw that Draco's pupils were slitted. That made him tremble a bit as he was reminded of Berg. However, this counterpart seemed to be radiating far more dragon power than the Prince of the Musk Dynasty did. He also looked down at the katana Draco had set down in front of him and was reminded of his mother. He shivered as he remembered the stupid seppuku promise that his father had made him unknowingly sign when he was 5. Ranma then looked at Kojiro and felt that familiar shiver he experienced whenever he was near cats. There was something so feline about him. However, there was no mistaking the raw, feral power within him. The big-tailed martial artist quickly averted his gaze to the next Ranma. The blind Ranma emitted a form of serenity and peace that was very foreign to him. Ranma had spent most of his life in turmoil and after arriving in Nirima, his life had become so chaotic. It was a miracle that he even got out of bed every morning to face another day. Ranma had never known true peace, but this version of him seemed to radiate a sense of calm that put Kasumi's to shame. He did not have his arrogance or sense of pride, but rather a kind of understanding of things around him. It was almost as if he had the ability to look into another's soul and that nothing could be hidden from him. Ranma could also sense a kind of mastery within this version of himself. He was like cologne. Though Ranma did not like Shampoo's great-grandmother for her scheming ways, He did come to respect her for her wisdom and training him in Amazon techniques. Finally, he looked at the Ranma who had a strange creature perched on his shoulder. He saw a lot of himself within him. There was that never give up attitude and ego that he recognized. But then he saw something else as well. There was a feeling of great accomplishment. And it wasn't just from mastering new techniques. No, it was something deeper. As he looked at Trainer, he could feel the connection he had with that mouse on his shoulder. The close bond reminded Ranma of what he had when he and Nuke were 6. That was one of the few memories of his childhood that he cherished. The feeling of close friendship, of people that would never abandon him. He could see that within Trainer. So let me get this straight. You guys are me, but from different universes? That's it in a nutshell. Prototype said. Oh, and by the way, it would be too confusing to call us all Ranma, so call me Prototype. I'm Draco. The Dragon Warrior said. The Cat Fist Fighter growled a bit. Never call me Ranma. I go by the name of Kojiro Shinakara. The Ranma shrugged. They guys call me Trainer since I am a Pokemon trainer. Pokemon? That's just a kid's online. Nabiki said, though she was still staring at an honest-to-goodness Pikachu. An online? Trainer was a bit confused. Pika? Nabiki grabbed the remote and turned on the television. The channel was showing an episode of Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Then the poker-up started. Articuno, Jinx, Nidorino, Golduck, Haunter, Squirtle, Chauncey. Nabiki turned off the television. Trainer had a big sweat drop. Remember, the sailor said you were online in other worlds too. Ranma reminded as he addressed the Tenbos and Shodoms. You can call me Koga. Koga? The other Ranmas said. That was the name of my master in the Unseen Light. Ranma explained. Unseen Light? That's my main fighting style. I haven't practiced the anything goes very much since I was 8. I've been raised by the Joksuzoku. This caught Shampoo's attention. You raised by Amazons? Ranma nodded as he switched to perfect Mandarin, Amazon dialect. Asterisk even though you're not the Shampoo of my world, it's still good to see you again. Cousin Asterisk Shampoo was shocked to hear him speak to her in her native dialect, and was even more surprised to be referred to as cousin. Asterisk Iya. You are my cousin ? Asterisk Ranma shrugged as he said. Asterisk I was adopted by your Aunt Jasmine, so technically speaking, we're not blood-related. Asterisk Shampoo nodded as tried to take in the information she was given. She couldn't wait to tell her great-grandmother of this. As she looked at the Amazon Ranma, she had to admit that he was quite fine-looking and more developed than her Aaron. While we're on the subject, it's great seeing you again too, Pukin. Kojiro said as he smiled at the okonomiyaki chef. I exist in your world, Ran-chan. I mean. Kojiro held up his hand and said, yes you do. In fact, you happen to be my co-launcher. By the way, the Yukio in my world calls me Ko-chan. Don't ever call me Ran-chan. Okay? Alright. So what is a Kolincher? Basically, it means Fiunk in the Felinard clan. Felinard clan? Oh, that's a race of people who practice the ultimate Nakoken. Nakoken. Ranma gasped. He got shivers whenever he thought about that pit of cats. Kojiro shrugged as he realized that this Ranma must have gone through the same flawed training as he had. Yes, well, unlike the stupid training that your equally idiotic father put you through, he gave Ranma a very hard glare that made the panda man cringe. The others weren't exactly happy about being in the same room as him either. I went through the correct training methods and am now a master of the true cat fist. He's telling you the truth, Ranma said. His cat fist fighting style puts whatever cat fist you have to shame. He gives me quite a workout. Oh, and by the way, Yukio, would you mind if I have a look at you? Huh? What are you talking about? Yukio asked as Ranma moved up to her. I just want to see how much my old buddy Yukin had grown, that's all. The blind fighter gently placed a hand on her face and lightly ran his fingertips over her cheeks, nose, mouth and eyes. Wow! You really grew up to be cute, Yukin. My God! Yukio gasped as she and the others realized that this Ranma was sightless. Ranma nodded as he said, yes, I am blind, and I had my father to thank for that when he threw me into that pit of cats. His battle aura suddenly flared as he turned towards Ranma. Ranma could feel the intensity of hatred towards Ranma and felt the true power that this sightless version of him concealed within that serene surface. It was far greater than his own. Ease off, Koga, Prototype said, as he did not want this situation to degrade into violence. Though he also did not care for Ranma after being thrown to lions, he kept in mind that this was not any of their realities. Remember, this Ranma is not your father. Ranma took a deep breath and nodded while powering down. He sat back down and said, sorry about that. It's alright, Koga. We don't blame you for being angry at Ranma, Prototype said as he gave Ranma a penetrating glare. This was joined by 4 other sets of eyes, which promised immense pain. Ranma found himself nervous, like a condemned man who was about to face the firing squad. Ranma took another deep breath and said, I lost my sight when I was 6. Those cats were the last things that I saw. Fortunately, when I was 8, an Amazon healer named Jasmine beat the hell out of Ranma and adopted me as her son. She introduced me to a blind master who taught me how to use a secret fighting style called the Unseen Light. I'm just as capable as the others and I don't want nor need anyone's pity. You know I don't consider you as weak, Koga, Kojiro said. Anybody who can hold his own against me and blast a meteor to ashes has got my respect. A meteor? What are you talking about? Ranma asked. The 5 Ranmas looked at each other and sighed. They then began to tell the Tendos and Sodoms about their own life stories and their adventures together while hopping dimensions. Sometime later. You're part dragon? Ranma asked. Draco nodded. On my mother's side. Like the others here, I was put through the catfist training. Draco gave Ranma a menacing glare that made the fat martial artist cringe a bit. Of course, being the absolute idiot that he is, he thought that I'd learn it faster with twice as many cats and half the amount of food. If it wasn't for a dragon named Sojin, I would have bled to death. Kasumi looked at Ranma's father and frowned. Now that wasn't a very nice thing to do. Here. Ranma went looking for some cold water, hoping to go into his I'm just a cute panda routine. The glare he was getting from Ranma looked as if he was ready to slice off his head with that katana of his. This got him to remembering that seppuku pledge to his wife. Ranma glared at the counterpart to his parent and continued. Well, after forming a blood bond with me, I spent the next 10 years living in the Dragon World. Dragon World? Naruki asked. Yes. They raised me and trained me in the School of the Four Dragon Kings. School of the Four Dragon Kings? Ranma became very interested in this, as he was always interested in learning new techniques. A very powerful fighting style that involves a lot of key manipulation and magical energies. Like this. Ranma demonstrated by levitating off the floor, still sitting in the cross-legged position. Cool. Ranma began making a mental note to ask his counterpart to teach him. Akan just simply looked at him and thought he was just showing off. After setting himself back onto the floor, the dragon warrior continued with his story. After 10 years, I got back to Earth and found out that not only had Ranma not learned his lesson, but he was about to make the same mistakes with my kid sister. What? Ranma and the others said. Ranma nodded and said, when I found my mom, I found out a few things. She was part dragon too, and when Ranma finally came home after losing me, Mom later had a girl, my sister Kizura. That moron Ranma had been secretly training her on the anything goes, which included stealing from street vendors. Naruki, Kasumi, Akan and all the Ranmas turned to glare at Ranma, who nervously smiled and said, well, it's all part of the training of the anything goes, right Tendo? He turned to Sun for support. Sun waited a moment then nodded. He and Ranma had gone through the Dreadmaster Hako's eyes training. You live with your mom? Ranma asked, feeling a little jealousy. Due to that stupid promise of Ranma's, Ranma was forced to pretend to be Akan's cousin Ranko whenever Nodoka visited. Ranma nodded and said, in any case, it was a good thing that I came back, because Ranma was then trying to take Kizura on a training trip that included putting her through the cat fist. It was even worse when I found out that he also planned to take her to Juzenkyo. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist while glaring at Ranma with a look that would burn through lead. He then tried an experiment on Ranma. He addressed him in Mandarin. Ranma, what kind of idiot takes a little girl to a place as dangerous as Juzenkyo? He only understood his name and the word Juzenkyo. He say, What kind of idiot take little girl to very bad place like Jews and kill? Shampoo translated as she glared at him. Shampoo agreed with Dragon Ranma. I thought so. Draco turned to Ranma. That moron can't speak or read a word of Chinese, right? And judging by your aura, he took you there, didn't he? Ranma was surprised that Draco could tell that he was cursed. He snorted in disgust as he nodded. Yeah, he took me to that place and got us both cursed. He didn't even bother to find out why it was called a cursed training ground. That's what he did to me too. Ranma said. Pika. Raiden was becoming less and less fond of Ranma, the more he listened to the other's description of him. His cheek pouches began to spark as he prepared to let fly with a thunderbolt at the Panda Man. Ranma waved his hand to the Pikachu on his shoulder, motioning him to power down. The electric rodent did so, very reluctantly. It would not do for guests to electrocute their hosts, at least not at this moment. Sensing the tension in the air, Ranma decided to change the subject. So Ranma, I see that you still stay with your father and are now living here. Tell me, have you been roped into an engagement? Yeah. How did you know? Ranma shrugged and then asked, so whom did you get engaged to? Soon proudly puffed out his chest and replied, Ranma shall marry my Akan, and the two shall carry on the anything goes. Akan was quick with the denial. We are not engaged. There's no way I'm going to marry that sex-changing pervert. Yes, if I'm interested in marrying an UNCUD tomboy like you, Ranma retorted. Soon, oblivious to the insults being thrown, said in a cheerful manner, You see, they're the perfect couple. Indeed. A match made in heaven. Yes, martial artists, they shall carry on the legacy of the dojo. Ranma said while looking solemn. All five-dimensional Ranmas groaned and shook their heads. You've got to be kidding. Ranma said. Pikachu. Man. What a mismatch. Kojiro replied. Now I'm really glad that I'm engaged to Uken back home. Yukio became very interested in hearing this. She had been stealing a few glances over the Catfist fighter's muscular frame and thought that the Yukio in his world was a very lucky girl. I know this isn't my business, Ranma, but I must say that you made a very poor choice. Ranma said quietly. Hey! It's not like I chose to be engaged to her. Pot and Mr. Tendo set that pledge up before I was born. They didn't give me a choice. Ranma protested. Well, that explains how you became the fiancé of an ill-mannered brat. Ranma said nonchalantly. The room temperature suddenly dropped 20 degrees. What? Did you call me? Akan said slowly. The rage she had was just barely in check. I didn't know you were hard of hearing. Ranma shrugged as he turned back to Ranma. If you'd have to marry a Tendo, then you'd be much better off with someone like Kasumi or Nebiki. The two other Tendo daughters became startled at this suggestion. After all, what does Akan have to offer you? She gets angry far too easily and is too immature to be considered as a future spouse. From what my senses are telling me, she's not even a decent martial artist. Ranma Akan grabbed the living room table and swung it toward the blind martial artist. Unfortunately for her, Ranma had long sensed the attack, and struck out with the advanced breaking point, causing the table to crumble into powder. In another instant, he then hit several pressure points, locking the voluntary skeletal muscles and paralyzing Akan in mid-strike. Huh? What the heck was that? Ranma was impressed. His blind counterpart had disarmed and neutralized Akan into seconds and from a sitting position. Everyone else was also in shock. Champa stared at the Amazon version of her iron. He knows shiatsu like great-grandmother. She had witnessed the skill in which he delivered the strikes. He was comparable to the best healers and matriarchs of her village. She also recognized the movement for the Bakusai Tenketsu, but she never recalled the technique being able to crumble things. And wasn't it only supposed to work on rock? That table had been solid oak. What the? Akan found herself unable to move as Ranma wagged a finger in front of her face. In the words of the great elder Cologne, "You are 100 years too early to beat me." No, check that. You are 1,000 years too early to be even a decent workout. Akan fumed at his taunt, but was unable to do anything about it. You cheated. I wasn't ready. I don't think so, Kojiro said. From what I saw, you were the one who attacked him. If you attacked when you weren't ready, then you're just as bad as the Akan in my world. She doesn't act much in terms of discipline and lets her anger control her. I tend to agree. Draco supported. She left herself wide open and her charge was way too predictable. She really has very little in terms of defense. She acted as if she expected Koga to just sit there and let himself be hit. Didn't show any discipline to me either, and she's pretty slow. Ranma said. Like the others, they had assessed the brief battle and were now commenting on Akan's skills. Back on the Pokemon world, Sam and Jeanette were advancing fairly well in the martial arts and it wouldn't take long for them to surpass Akan's skills. Far too easy to evade and counter. Slow recovery time and I can see that you do not think things through. Ranma said. The Akan in my world also suffers the same problems. This Akan may have a little higher skill and power level than the one in my reality, but not by much. Ranma then added the final insult to injury. I faced off against 12-year-old novices in the village that could fight better. She's no martial artist. She's just a one-abe. Why you? How dare you? I'll show you who's the real martial artist. I challenge each of you, and I'll beat you all. I doubt it. Ranma said nonchalantly as he stood up. Besides, didn't I just beat you a minute ago? Not a chance, Kojiro said simply. Don't think so, Draco said. Not likely. Ranma added. I doubt you would last 10 seconds with Raiden. Ranma gestured with his head to his Pikachu. Pikachu. Raiden had gotten to dislike Akan now. She was becoming extremely hostile toward his master and his counterparts. Raiden tended not to like people who threatened his master. You see, Ranma said to Akan. To us, you're not a martial artist. From what I'm reading from you, you don't come anywhere near of what a real martial artist I'm detecting for. Maybe 5 years of training, and not very intensive. He turned to Prototype and the others. What do you think? That's about right by the readings I'm getting. Ranma said. Her power and skill levels aren't much. Ranma added. Akan's temper began to boil over. Why you? ERK. She found herself unable to speak as Ranma paralyzed her vocal cords. Oh, do be quiet. Apparently, you do not take criticism very well either, which supports my opinion that you are a brat, and a spoiled one at that. Your claim to be a martial artist is nothing more than a way to draw attention to yourself. Do you truly believe that you can beat any of us, when it is obvious that we are way beyond anything you could ever hope to achieve? That is, laugh. Your skills don't impress us in the least, and even if you are a martial artist, then so what? Big deal. He turned back to his counterparts. Guys, Akan here claims to be a martial artist. Does that mean anything to us? Mumber, Ranma said. Not one bit. Kojiro said. Should it? Draco asked. Not really. Ranma said. Pikachu. Koga nodded as he turned back to her. There, you see. Being a martial artist to us is commonplace. It doesn't really impress us at all if someone claims to be a fighter. What does get our attention is if that person can back up his or her claim. We've all gone up against opponents that would chew you up and spit you out. He gestured to Ranma. Trainer here has trained with Pokemon that could make mincemeat out of excellent fighters. He then pointed to Draco. Draco was trained by dragons. He then gestured to Prototype. Prototype has traveled the galaxies and gone up against space fleets and hundreds of alien races. Thousands. Ranma corrected. Thousands. Ranma amended then pointed to Kojiro. Kojiro is a master of the cat fist. He gestured with his thumb to himself. I come from an Amazon village that starts training their warriors before they are 6 years old. By the time that they are 10, they are capable of killing adult fighters. Shampoo would certainly confirm it, right cousin? Shampoo nodded. Is true. Shampoo started training when she 5-year-old. So in short, we don't care about your claim to being a martial artist. Yes, I'm calling it a claim, because you have shown nothing to prove to us that you are. Ranma then took a deep breath, then turned to face his counterparts. There, I said it. I feel better now. Good. Ranma said as he and the others stood up. Now that you've gotten that off your chest, we'd better go check on the ship. Wait. Ranma said as he got up. What about Akan? Ranma shrugged. The pressure points on her will wear off in an hour. She'll be able to move and speak by then. Without another word, the 5 Ranmas headed out to the back, leaving Akan to seethe in silence. Those arrogant BAKs. I'll show them. I'll show them all. An hour later. Well guys, I've got some good news and some bad news. Prototype said as he exited the ship. His counterparts, the Tendos and the Sodoms, were all standing outside. Yukio and Shampoo had gone home at this time. The cloaking device was now operational, and as soon as the hatch closed, the craft disappeared from sight. Hey! Where did it go? Nabuki asked. It's still there. I just engaged the stealth field. Nabuki looked at where the ship was and began to think about the technological goodies within. If she could get her hands on whatever super technology was in it, she could make more money than she could spend in 1,000 lifetimes. Ranma was also thinking along the same lines. Surely, such a technologically advanced craft would have a few things within it that was worth a few billion yen. Ranma detected the feelings of avarice in the middle sister and shook his head. It seemed that he would have to have a long talk with this Nabuki as well. Prototype noticed the gleam in Nabuki's eyes and said, "Don't even think about it, Nabuki Tendo. The ship's auto-defense systems are active and they aren't too friendly with attempted break-ins." This curbed Nabuki's interest for the moment as Prototype gave his counterparts the good news. The good news is that the ship's auto-repair systems are online and it will eventually be able to fly again. The navigational computer saved the coordinates to our own home universes as well, though I did memorize those coordinates before the quantum surge. So what's the bad news? Ranma asked, though he and the others had a feeling what it was. Ranma sighed as he said, "The quantum phase drive was overloaded during the surge and the Kurium was almost totally decrystallized. I'm afraid that we're stuck here until the recrystallization is complete and the Kurium builds enough of a quantum field for us to enter the dimensional nexus. It looks like we'll be staying here for at least." Prototype paused. 6 months. 6 months. The others gasped. It was then that Soon Tendo jumped at the opportunity. During the time that Ranma was inside his ship, Soon and Ranma had been secretly making plans. The introduction of 5 Ranmas with unbelievable power was just too much temptation and they planned to somehow have 2 of them engaged to Kasumi and Nabuki, thereby triple ensuring the future of the dojo. Of course, these 2 morons had not considered such factors such as the Ranmas refusing to go along with their schemes, that they won't be here permanently, or that their combined power was more than enough to defy their wishes. But then again, the disciples of Rakozai were not known for their collective IQ ratings. Well now, it seems that we have some new outcasts, Soon said. Indeed, Ranma said with a smile. What? You can't double-quote to be serious, Dad. Akan gasped. To her, 1 Ranma was barely tolerable, but 6 of them. It's bad enough that we've got to put up with Ranma and his father, but we can't support 5 more of him. Now Akan. They were our guests, Soon said, brooking no argument. Yes, Akan. Please don't be rude, Kasumi said. The five otherworldly Ranmas looked at each other with knowing glances. They had a good idea why Sue and Ranma were being so generous. However, since the ship could not be moved for a while, until the structural repairs were completed, it would be best for them to stay nearby. They would also prefer not to sleep inside the ship and cherished the idea of warm beds, rather than bunking in the cramped spaces of the craft. After being together for so long, the five knew each other's thoughts and feelings. They made a collected nod of resignation as Ranma approached soon. "Dad, we have no room. Ranma and his father are already using the guest room. And besides, if those five eat like Ranma and his father, we'd all starve to death." "Excuse me, Mr. Tendo." The two turned to Prototype. "My counterparts and I do agree that we must remain near the ship as it repairs itself. We would also prefer not to spend our time cramped inside the ship. Therefore, we have decided to accept your offer." "Excellent!" Soon exclaimed. Akan was horrified. "What?" "But..." Ranma held up a hand. "Do not worry, Mr. Tendo. I assure you that we will not add any burden to you, your family or the Sodoms. All that I require is that you point us to an unused storage or broom closet in your house. The others can bunk with me." "What?" Akan said in disbelief. 10 minutes later, Ranma, Nebiki, Akan, Kasumi and the other four Ranmas were standing outside a broom closet where Ranma had entered and shut the door behind him. He had brought with him a few spherical devices that the other dimensional Ranmas recognized as his construction drawings. They had repaired the city of Salian back on the Slayer's world and were now crowded inside the tiny cubicle. They began hearing noises within the closet and wondered what was going on. Finally, Ranma emerged from the closet with a smile. "Okay guys, you can come on in." The four other Ranmas followed their technological counterpart into the storage facility and shut the door. The Tendo girls and Ranma were quite confused, as they had just seen 5 people and a Pikachu just crowd into an area of no more than 2 cubic meters. After a minute, their curiosity got the best of them and they followed them inside. What they saw was beyond belief. Expecting to find 5 Ranmas cramped inside the closet with the brooms and dustpans, they instead found themselves inside a wide open space that looked like the lobby of the Plaza Hotel. There were staircases leading to lower and upper floors with spacious living quarters for each Ranma. There were 3 floors and the hovering construction drawings were modifying the interior. The areas were impossibly larger than the interior of the closet and were lavishly decorated. It was enough to make Bill Gates envious. The 5-dimensional Ranmas were gathered near the center as they looked around. The Tendo girls and their Ranma walked up to them with shocked expressions. "What the heck is all this? How did you do this?" Ranma asked. Ranma shrugged as he said, "It's a little trick I picked up from an intergalactic genius named Lashu. I just had the drawings create a subspace pocket inside the closet by warping and folding space. It's the same principle that my nanites use to store my weapons and equipment. He turned to his counterparts and said, "Okay guys, the sleeping quarters are upstairs and to your right. You'll find a room for each of you and for a trainer. I've had the drones create a separate living area for the Pokemon. I know how much you guys would like to have your own rooms after being cramped in my ship for months." The others nodded as Kojiro whistled. "This is so cool. You outdone yourself, prototype," Ranma commented. "Where did all the furniture and fixtures come from?" Naruki asked. She had not seen him carry anything from that cloaked ship of his, except for those robots. Ranma smiled and said, "The drones had built-in synthesizers and created the stuff from stray molecules." He addressed his counterparts once more. "The entertainment and recreational rooms are down that hall and to the left. The kitchen and dining areas are to the right. The training areas and facilities are located on the lower floors, and the equipment I had made is specifically designed for each of your fighting styles and techniques. The baths, showers and jacuzzi are located between the kitchen and the entertainment rooms." "A jacuzzi? You've got a jacuzzi down here?" Naruki exclaimed. Prototype gave her a whimsical smile. "Hey, after all the stuff that we have to face in our daily lives, not to mention all those worlds, I feel that we're entitled to have some time to relax, right guys?" "You bet," the other four chorused. "But what about electricity, food, gas and water? Where are you getting that from?" Kasumi asked. "Don't worry," Ranma assured. "I have a couple of fusion generators installed to provide for electricity and gas. As for water, I had water recycling systems put in, as well as a freshwater reservoir, which is stored in a different subspace pocket. As for food, the kitchens are equipped with synthesizers like the one you see on that old TV show. What was it again? Oh yeah, Star Trek. If the guys feel like eating out, I've got plenty of money anyway." "You do?" Naruki's eyes glittered with this information. "Yep. So long as we're staying here, we might as well enjoy it. As you can see, we are totally self-sufficient, so you guys don't have to worry about us pulling you into any financial burdens." Ranma was very envious of his other selves at the moment. He was forced to share a small guest room with a panda, while they had living conditions equal to a royal suite. Akan snorted in disgust at how her world was now being turned into even more chaos with these 5 interlopers. Naruki was scheming like mad at how to turn all this potential to her advantage, as well as how to get these 5 Ranmas under her thumb. Kasumi was wondering where she was going to store the brooms. Somewhere else. "Well, they've made one big first impression," Ranma Red remarked. "Yes, but this is just the preliminaries," Ranma Blue replied. "To be continued. In the next chapter, the 5 Ranmas are going to meet up with the rivals and other people of the canon Ranma's world, as well as experience what living in his world is like. Of course, they just might make a few enemies, as well as give the canon Ranma some advice on just how to straighten out his life. Chapter 12 Chapter 8 Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. Well, I'll let you guys fill in the blanks since I am now running for my life. I'm being pursued by a very violent, uncouth tomboy with a mallet that makes the ones used on City Hunter look like toys. Thoughts, computer responses Kojiro, Catfist Fury Ranma, just don't ever call him Ranma or he'll tear out your liver. Koga, Fighting Blind Ranma, aka B Ranma, don't pity him. Prototype, Ranmate Ranma, aka T Ranma, Intergalactic Bounty Hunter and Troubleshooter Extraordinaire. Draco, Dragon Child Ranma, aka D Ranma, he's great at barbecues. Trainer, Fist of the Pikachu Ranma, aka P Ranma, gotta catch them all. Ranma 1/2 single quote S original weenie. The guy who won't ever hit a girl, even if that girl is built like a stick, whose face makes him sick, thighs are too thick, can't even kick, dumb as a brick, talk like a hick, hair's a cowlick and itches like a tick. WHAMMO. Ouch. I knew I should have stopped at weenie. Chapter 8 And now. Ranma woke early and wondered if the previous day had all been a dream. The thought of 5 alternate versions of himself, now living in the broom closet, made him wonder if he had finally snapped. The routine of craziness that had haunted him, since that plunge at Juzenkyo had taken its toll on his sanity every day. Could it be that he had finally gone over the edge? He shrugged as he got up to brush his teeth, leaving his panda father to continue to snore like a buzzard. As he went to the bathroom, he paused by the closet where his 5 counterparts were supposed to be living in. He opened the door and was disappointed to see nothing but a few brooms, mops and dustpans. There was no subspace dimensional gate, which led to lavish living quarters. The closet appeared as it always had. He reached inside and felt only the walls of the small storage area. He sighed and decided that he must be going crazy as he turned to the bathroom. Pikachu! The sound made Ranma turn around in surprise. His eyes widened as he looked down and saw an oversized mouse staring back up at him. Ranma gulped as he realized that yesterday was no dream. He remembered this creature had been sitting on the shoulder of a duplicate of himself, who claimed to be a Pokemon trainer. Raiden looked up at a counterpart of his master and marveled at how very similar he was in appearance. He wondered if there were any more like him, like all those duplicate Officer Jennies and Nurse Joys. It was then that the back part of the closet flashed and P. Ranma's head appeared out of the wall. He smiled at Ranma and said, "Good morning, Ranma. Have you seen Raiden anywhere?" "Oh, there you are." The Pokemon trainer smiled as he stepped into the closet and picked up his favorite Pokemon and sparring partner. "TT, this is all real? Yesterday WW wasn't a dream?" Ranma stuttered. Trainer smiled as he stroked his Pikachu from behind the ears. "Nope. This is all real, Ranma." "WW, where did you come from?" Ranma backed off nervously. "Oh, from the subspace pocket that Prototype created." Ranma gestured with a thumb to the wall behind him. Prototype put up a barrier at the entrance to keep people like your father or Nebiki from getting inside. That's probably the reason why you only felt the wall of the closet. He then reached behind him and startled Ranma when his hand passed through the solid-looking wood like a ghost. He calibrated the barrier to allow only us 5 and my Pokemon to enter or leave the subspace pocket. If you or anyone else wish to come in, you'd need one of us to take you inside. Say, we were just getting started in our training exercises before breakfast. Would you like to join us? This perked up Ranma's interest. He was dying to see what kind of fighters these versions of himself were like and what new moves he could learn. Sure. Okay. Follow us. Ranma eagerly went with his counterpart into the closet and vanished. A moment later, Ranma found himself in the Great Hall again. When he had been inside the last time, the place was still under construction. Now the area was complete with elaborate lighting fixtures, ceiling fans, marble staircases leading to the upper and lower levels, as well a few fountains with intricate pattern designs and some potted trees and ferns for color. Ranma continued to gaze in awe at the splendor of his counterpart's living area as he followed Ranma down to the lower levels where the training areas were. They came to a door, which led to an open space that was about as big as Furinkin High's football field. Inside the area were the other 4 Ranmas as they went through basic warm-up exercises. The floor was covered in metallic tiles. Over on the other side were 6 doors. The roof was about 200 feet above the floor and special photon lamps that hung from above lighted the entire area. Welcome to the general practice area, Ranma said as he let his Pikachu run off to join his other Pokemon that were waiting at a far corner. This is the general practice area, Ranma said in disbelief. Yes, well, we need a lot of room to practice, especially since some of our techniques are highly destructive. Heck, you'd have to make sure you're far enough away when Draco and Prototype practice. Ranma was still speechless as Ranma gestured to the doors on the far side. Those doors lead to our own personalized training areas and one for my Pokemon. We use this room when we want to spar against each other or maybe engage in some sports. Sports? Ranma asked. That's right, Ranma. Ranma said as he and the other Ranmas walked up to them. This area is modular and will format into any kind of sporting arena. Here, let me show you. Ranma made a hand gesture and a panel in the floor opened in front of him. A console rose up and the technological Ranma keyed in a few commands. Let's say that you're in the mood for basketball. Instantly, a basketball court appeared in front of them as the floor changed color and boundary lines appeared. 2 panels on either side of the court opened and a pole extended from each, unfolding a hoop and backboard. A holographic scoreboard appeared above the court. Or maybe some tennis. With another press of a button, the basketball court switched to become a tennis court. The lines rearranged themselves to match those used as boundary lines in the game, and then a net strung itself across the middle. Hockey sounds good. The surface of the area then took on a shiny appearance, as the floor became nearly frictionless. A goal appeared on either side of the pseudo-rink and backboards sprouted around the playing area. If track and field is more your style, the rink disassembled itself and an oval track appeared. A pole vault, long jump, high jump and other areas was created, complete with equipment such as javelins, hammer balls and poles for vaulting. In short, this room will accommodate any kind of sporting event, either terrestrial or non-terrestrial. This chamber is also part of the entertainment facilities that are available here as well as for martial arts training. Awesome! Ranma gasped. This place was much better than the dojo. Training in here would most certainly help in raising his own skill level very quickly. He was curious as to the specialized training areas on the other side. What about those rooms on the other side? Ranma nodded as he pressed a few buttons and the general training area returned to its default mode, a plain empty area with a metal floor. Those areas were designed specifically for each of us and our unique fighting styles. Although we can just use the general training area, all of us also wanted places to develop secret techniques and get some privacy when we need to be alone. I've had each chamber tailor-made to each Ranma's specifications. That door on the far left is mine. The one next to it is Draco's. The third one is Kojiro's. The fourth one is Koga's. The fifth and sixth ones are reserved for Trainer and his Pokemon. You guys have it all. Ranma whistled. It was at that time that Koga said, "Hey Ranma, as long as you are here, would you like to practice with us? Perhaps get in a match? I'm curious as to what kind of skills you have." Ranma eagerly nodded. Sometime later. Ow! 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 Ranma winced as Ranma tended to his injuries. The big-tailed martial artist had just gone up against Koga, and lost. His ego had taken a very bad beating, along with his body. Although Ranma was familiar with several Amazon techniques, such as the chestnut fist and the Hiri Shoten, fighting with the unseen light martial artist was like taking on a psychic. The blind boy would anticipate his every move, almost as if he could read his mind. "Are you sure he's blind?" Ranma said as Ranma applied a salve that would cause his bruises to fade away in seconds. "Yes, I am," Koga replied. "Oh, I prefer to be called visually challenged." Ranma shook his head as he remembered the match. Flashback. Ranma had started out with a simple sweet kick, high punch combo, hoping to test his opponent's reactions. However, before he knew it, Ranma dogged the leg and jabbed out with a finger at Ranma's extended arm, causing it to temporarily lock into place. In an instant, Ranma was thrown over his opponent's shoulder and slammed to the floor. Ranma's breath was forced out as he rolled to the side. His arm regained its movement as Ranma backed off. "Not bad, but predictable," Koga said as he took a new stance. Ranma took a calming breath, then tried another tactic. He tried a feint with a punch to lure him toward him, then lashed out with a roundhouse. Koga did not fall for it. His sixth sense told him of the true danger from the kick, and his seventh sense tracked the incoming blow. He grabbed the foot above the ankle. He then twisted toward his opponent and kicked out at Ranma's other leg, tripping him up. Ranma twisted around to try to lash out with a punch, but Ranma deflected the blow and then landed several jabs to the midsection. Ranma backed off after the last punch landed. He was a bit winded. The force of the blows was like being hit by Ryoga, but much harder. Man, he's as fast as me. Maybe faster, and he punches as hard as Ryoga. Maybe harder. Okay. So let's see if he can stand up to this. Ranma's sixth sense picked up the sudden build-up of ki and recognized the way it was about to be applied. I didn't know he knew that technique. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGUHIKN. Ranma began throwing several hundred punches in rapid succession. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGUHIKN RGIzed. Ranma was shocked as Ranma began throwing his own chestnut fist. He had not thought that a blind person could know such a skill. Koga was not only moving with the same speed he was, but was actually blocking every one of his punches. Not one got through his defense. The two of them leapt back after completing their techniques. Looks like we're pretty evenly matched, Ranma commented. Nope, Ranma said while shaking his head. Ranma was about to attack again when he suddenly felt sharp pain in his hands and forearms. He winced as his arms locked up for a few seconds, then loosened. On the sidelines, Kojiro winced as he remembered Ranma doing the same to him. Ranma looked down in shock at his arms as several bruises formed, then back at Koga. How did you? Koga shrugged as he said, I was trained as a healer as well as a warrior. My knowledge of shiatsu attacks is quite extensive. While I was blocking your chestnut fist attack, I hit several pressure points. Count yourself fortunate that I aimed for points that induced only momentary paralysis. He's right, Ranma said. I can honestly tell you that Koga's ability to manipulate shiatsu points makes him quite lethal. Ranma gulped. It was clear to him that close quarters combat with Ranma was not favorable. He had thought to try and draw him into a spiral for the Hiri Shoten thought, but Ranma was just to come for that move to work. If Koga knew even a tenth of the pressure points that Shampoo's great-grandmother knew, then it would best to try to take him out from a distance. Ranma took a few steps back and began focusing his feelings of confidence. Let's see him handle this. Ranma's sixth sense picked up the concentration of ki and noted that it was being focused in much the same way as Ranma's basic ki attack. It was using Ranma's feelings of confidence, the direct opposite to Ryoga's depression-fueled ki bolt. However, having already experienced the Shishi Hokoden in his world, Ranma already knew how to counter Ranma's variation. He held up his index and middle fingers of one hand and made a small ball of energy appear on their tips. MOKODAKADISHA. A blue ball of energy went streaking toward Ranma. Ki cutter. To Ranma's shock, Ranma made a sweeping wave, leaving a trail of ki energy from his fingertips. The arc cut into the incoming blast and sliced it into two. The portions of Ranma's attack dissipated into nothingness. What the? Ranma had just seen his ki attack cut in half. Ranma smirked. Though it was easier to use his staff to perform the ki cutter, he had decided to fight this Ranma unarmed. He had long since perfected a way to perform the move with just his fingers. Not bad, Ranma. Now, try one of mine. Ranma cupped his hands back near his waist, then formed a blue ball of energy with white swirls. His senses reached out and found his target. Although Ranma's ki was similar to the others, Ranma could detect subtle differences in their spiritual essences and could tell them apart. Spirit Seeker. The orb elongated into a screaming comet and rocketed toward Ranma. The big-tailed boy barely managed to duck out its flight path, but just as he was about to taunt his opponent for missing him, he heard a high-pitched whine and looked behind him. His eyes widened in horror as the comet made a tight U-turn and came right back at him. Whoa! Ranma hopped up, doing the splits as the ki bolt passed underneath. The bolt then shot upwards a few meters before diving back toward him. Ranma swerved to the side to avoid it, but that crazy missile kept on dogging him. Ranma flipped and somersaulted, just barely managing to avoid being hit, as the Spirit Seeker continued to plague him. As he landed on his back and rolled off to his right, Ranma saw Ranma's attack make another turn and streaked toward his back. He quickly turned around and focused his ki. Mokadakdisha. Ranma smiled as he mentally guided the missile to evade Ranma's counterblast. Ranma let off a scream as the Spirit Seeker spiraled out of the way of the incoming Mokadakdisha, then blasted into him. KBOM. End of flashback. Ranma winced again. That Spirit Seeker hurt a lot more than a normal ki blast. It had almost been as bad as being hit by a perfect Shishihokonen. Though he was impressed at how Ranma had accomplished it. Consider yourself lucky, Ranma. Ranma said as he finished healing his wounds. Koga went easy on you. That was going easy. Ranma said in disbelief. Oh yeah. Kojiro said. Remember when he paralyzed Akan for an hour yesterday? He could have just as easily done that to you instead of just paralyzing your arms temporarily. Yeah, and you really don't want to be on the receiving end of his spirit beam. Draco added. Spirit beam? Ranma asked. That's my most powerful attack. Kobe explained. It's extremely draining for me, but I could blast a mountain to rubble with it. Ranma was in shock. This blind person was really that powerful? Well, now that Kobe's had his fun, it's my turn. Trainer said as he got up. Come on, Ranma. Feel like going a few rounds? Ranma was a bit more cautious and a little less confident. Being humbled by a blind opponent can certainly take a person down a few pegs. He slowly nodded as he faced off against Trainer. On the sidelines, Raiden and the other Pokemon were cheering on their master. So what did you learn from being with Pokemon? Ranma asked as he took a ready stance. Oh, things like this. Wind cannon. Ranma suddenly threw his hands forward while cupping them. Ranma suddenly felt something slam into his stomach with the force of a speeding car. He didn't see the attack coming as he was sent back 12 feet. Ranma landed hard on his back and looked up at his opponent who was smirking at him. WW, what the hell was that? Ranma asked as he got up. Oh, that was my wind cannon. It's a modified version of my Pijabo's Gust attack. Wind Rider can do it as well. He gestured to the bird Pokemon with a fun. Big to you. Ranma rubbed his stomach for a moment, and considered it. Ranma's attack was similar to the horizontal version of his Hirishoten but was more concentrated, easier, and faster to pull off. He also had the feeling that Ranma was holding back. And here's what I learned from Raiden. Trainer raised an arm with the palm facing upward. A ball of ki appeared above his hand. So, I can do that too. Ranma did likewise, though he had to concentrate a bit harder to form the ki. But can you do this? Ranma then focused his energies and the blue ball began to change to yellow-white and crackled with electricity. Pikachu! Raiden knew that this was going to be messy. Huh? Ranma stared at the ball of lightning in his counterpart's hand. PHUNDERBLAST bomb. A few more minutes later. Sorry about that, Ranma. I should have realized that you weren't used to high voltage like I am. It's okay. Man. You have to teach me that one. Ranma winced as Ranma again healed Ranma of his wounds. This time, he had several second and third degree burns and his clothes were still smoking a bit. Maybe you ought to stop, Ranma, Kojiro said. No way. Ranma said after Ranma had finished with his ministrations. Come on, Kojiro. I want to see what you can do. Well, I don't know. Kojiro scratched the back of his head. He was reluctant to spar with Ranma, since he knew that this dimensional version of himself had also gone through the flawed cat fist training. Come on. Let's see this true cat fist. The Nakoken warrior sighed and then shifted to his hybrid form. The results were predictable.